Other way. To this council meeting for any trade deliberations hearings. Just a reminder to the public joining us that this meeting will be recorded and subject to a recording being of suitable quality will be made available on the council's YouTube channel via a link on the council website. If you don't want to be recorded, please let me know. The emergency exits for the town hall are clearly indicated that we need to evacuate the building. Use any of the emergency exits and head towards Texas Street and Zebra Playground area. And please remain in the assembly area until the movement. And to start off, we will have the acclamation, Councillor.
We pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skill, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the South Wairarapa district at large. We commit individually and as a council to the principles of integrity and respect and to upholding the vision and values we have adopted in our long-term plan strategic document in order to energise, unify and enrich our district.
Thank you, Councillor. Apologies. We have apologies for some parts from Councillor West. Do we have any other apologies? Does someone move that we accept this apology? Councillor Plenzo, seconded. Councillor Hay. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, it's carried. Point 2, do we have any conflicts of interest? There were no conflicts of interest declared at the start of this meeting. Now we move on to the submissions hearings, of which every submit has 2 minutes, including question time. And I'd like to invite John Milford to submission number 922 to present. Welcome, John.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I want to speak to my submission, which I have there. And I'm speaking on behalf as an individual, but a resident of Greytown and involved in activities and groups and organisations in Greytown and around about. I suppose one of the most important things that I preface my comments with is we are now in a different environment from before COVID. The council is formulating its plan and the groups putting forward projects and the like. The world is different, and we really have to acknowledge it. We might be out there drinking our lattes and flat whites and all the rest of it now, but there's a different circumstance that people are now facing, and you don't always know what that is. It could be about employment, it could be about loss of earnings from various things, all kind of things. So, in whatever you propagate for your plan, I would suggest minimising rates increases is a very important thing. So, having said that, I'll go through these items and talk about. I want to talk about the Greytown Sports and Leisure Hub. My submission is that I'm opposed to the proposition as it's presented, and it should be withdrawn and rethought. So I'm not opposed to different parts of it, but I make the point, I think it's 3 parts. I don't see it as one single project. I see it as a contribution to the Kiranui assistance with their gymnasium, the project, the sports hub at the site or on the site of the Greytown Rugby Club, and the Bowls Club. Another hub. They don't sit together. They might have originally part of when the projects were conceived. So I think there should be, or we as a community should be looking at them in that light. I just want to talk about, I read the papers about the analysis about the risks and all the rest of it and all those kind of things to it. But one of the most important risks is not considered there, is again, post-pandemic, post-COVID. What are the implications for us all? And looking at the risk, well, there was no risk analysis in detail. I don't think enough work has been done on all of the risks around those particular projects. It's not business as usual. And I think it's time for councils in Greytown Lands Trust and other groups to realise the circumstances that we are now in. So having said the big picture thing that I disagree with, the big part of it, let me just talk about 2 or 3 bits and pieces of it. I support the concept of the sports hub. I think it's a really great idea for Greytown. And I suppose in a rather Machiavellian way, Greytown Lands Trust has prompted this discussion about that particular site and the bowls clubs and other ones as well. But I think it's now time to think about it more carefully. I don't think the work that was done when they talked about the sports hub being up near Kuranui, it's now different. So I think there's more work, and I think that's really important work, and I'm a tremendous supporter of that concept. So I think that's really important. As I said, I support the concept of shared facilities at the local colleges in a resource, and I have that from another point of view perspective as well. I think that's really good use in small towns. So I think that the question is how much we might be able to do it, how can you fund it. The third part of it is the proposal for the bowling club. Now, I totally oppose what you're suggesting here about the bowling club. A group of less than 50 members, and you're proposing to put $800,000, or whatever the figure is, to buy the land, release it back to the bowls club and let them carry on. That's just silly. I'm not anti-bowls, I'm a strong supporter of bowls. I was the vice president of the Thornton Bowling Club in Wellington when we had to face the reality of waning membership. So we had to wind up the club and sell our assets and move on and join other clubs. I think there's better ways of dealing with that thing. And one of those ways I would suggest, if one was to look at the sports hub more carefully and more critically and get into more detail, is that the bowls club would be easy to relocate it. It's a sports hub. Because you're talking about the sports hub, why don't you include one of the other activities? And you could probably relocate it there for a hell of a lot less than what they're talking about buying the land. And that would be one way of freeing up the land for trust lands to do what they might want to do there. Now, there'll be a cost to that. And I use the example of Carterton, where they've combined bowling clubs and they've got all weather greens and the like. And I think that's really one of the kind of concepts, that's sort of almost old hat, just having grass and weed bowling greens and things that can't be used. There are other ways of doing it, so I think they bring a broader perspective. I don't think the council, I don't think the community has an understanding about reserves funds, how they're accumulated and where they can be used. And I found that difficult to get the information. One of the councils helpfully gave me some of that information. We don't want to have battles between different parts of our community, Featherston, Martinborough, Greytown, but I think it's really important for people to understand, as I believe that's what it's about. If you take reserves funds in a community, they can only be used for the benefit of that community. So if you draw reserves funds out of Martinborough, you can't spend that money in Greytown, as I understand it from my days in local government. So I think it's really important to explain that. I'm not an enthusiast for the idea of borrowing against future income from reserves funds. You can't be 100% certain that's what's going to occur. So I think that really needs to be understood by the community, that ultimately I think some of those, how those funds are spent by the council decision, the community needs to have a better understanding and a better input into how they might be used. You can't have this conversation without making reference to the Greytown Lands Trust. I have some empathy for what they're trying to do, but I don't have empathy about how it's all come about. I think that organisation, and I think you, Mr. Mayor, and others, the council has a role in trying all groups to try and work together and collegially come up with outcomes that are good for everybody. And I don't think that's happened here. And it's not going to stop here, because next year there are 2 other organisations in Greytown that are impacted in a big way. So I think it's really important. We need to go back and think about those things. So I'm not sure the Greytown Trust lands have really done any assessment, social impact of their policies, and I think that's really critical. So anyway, that's me. I'll leave it at that. If you want any questions, I've written it out there, and that's pretty much right.
Thank you, John. Good time. There's 2 minutes left. Do any councillors have any questions of Mr. Gilbert? Councillor Williams.
Just, you mentioned just about 2 other organisations that are going to be affected by what Greytown Trust Lands Trust are doing. I presume one of those would be Cobblestones.
Yeah. Isn't another one? There's 2 more organisations, as I understand it.
So I just wondered if you could enlighten me on what the other organisation was.
Cobblestones and Plunkett, as I understand it. Yeah. And I'm not involved in directly.
Councillors, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Moving on to the next one, Aidan. I see that here. If you'd like to come forward, this is submission number 879.
Since we're using glasses.
You start wearing glasses.
Right, so we'll start.
Right. Thanks so much for the opportunity to come and submit today. I'd like to start by stating that this is my personal submission and I'm not representing or speaking on behalf of the Marlborough Community Board. You, I hope, will have read my submission and I'd like to expand on that today. I want the council to ensure that water is our highest priority for the next year and beyond. You see that I support the Water Conservation Plan, and that should be a focus on both council and residents and ratepayers to work towards in the future. A short time ago, we all learned from council staff that approximately 30% of the water treated in our treatment plants is lost through the pipes and the network before it even reaches our ratepayers and the water meters outside their house. We've heard that council and Wellington Water are auditing the water supply network to establish the condition, but we have not yet heard what the status is or how much that network needs to be repaired or replaced. Until our communities see what the council is doing to repair the network and reduce that 30% wastage of precious treated water, and that happens, then I feel that the measures such as reducing the water allowance, removing the water meter write-off policy, and installing smart water meters should not be initiated. These measures will all impact and impose more costs on the ratepayers' residents, while the council-controlled infrastructure loses 30% of the treated water. Although, having said that, I do support increasing education around water conservation, requiring water tanks on all new builds, and subsidising the retrofitting of existing houses and buildings with water tanks, and that's including council buildings. The average New Zealander uses 227 litres of water per day. 86 litres is used flushing the toilet. Taps use 10 litres per minute. A shower uses 15 litres of water per minute, so a 3-minute shower uses 45 litres. A 10-minute shower uses 150 litres. On our infrastructure tour earlier this year, we were told that our water treatment plants currently cannot cope with the expected growth for our communities. So if demand can be reduced by improving infrastructure, i.e. through broken water pipes, water conservation and education, our communities will be better off. Our council is a shareholder of Farmlands Cooperative. Currently Farmlands has specials on water tanks. The 25,000 litre water tank is available for just under $3,000. So water tanks are not an expensive option for new home builder or the homeowner. I do work for Farmlands, but I don't receive any benefits or incentives from promoting or selling their products. I'll just put that out there now. A UV and membrane filter system costs just over $2,000 to purify the rainwater so it is usable and safe to drink. Again, not a huge cost compared to the benefits obtained. Last year, Marlborough had over 700 mils of rainfall in the year. An average 3-bedroom house of 100 square metres would have collected 70,000 litres of water, which would reduce the reliance on treated town water supplied by council. This building here, the Waihinga Centre, is over 1,000 square metres, so that would have collected over 700,000 litres of rainwater. Collecting this amount of rainwater can be as a community resilience reserve for emergency water supply for the community, drinking water for the Waihinga Centre, and irrigating the playground and the square, all issues that we had in over the last summer, again reducing the reliance on treated drinking water. Last year, Pirinoa had a water contamination issue. The Wellington Water had described the water supply system down there as agricultural. I'd like to see council supply rainwater tanks and filter systems to the 8 to 10 houses in that community to improve the health of the community and reduce the reliance on that agricultural water supply. Last year, council supplied loans to Martin Borough Vineyards so they could install water filters to remove the chlorine from the town water supply into those vineyards. So surely council can provide loans to residents or ratepayers from Pirinoa and others in the community for water tanks and filters. Also on the infrastructure tour, we were told that our wastewater plants need upgrading to cope with the population growth. I'd like to see council investigate and require new builds to install water retention and detention systems, which is now occurring in new subdivisions in Auckland. These systems reduce the amount of grey water which is flowing into the wastewater system by recycling and using that water. The water from the kitchen sink or the shower is used to flush toilets and irrigate gardens, so the treated water supplied by council is used twice rather than once before being disposed of in the wastewater system. While these retention and detention systems are new, they're beneficial for council and communities. I'd now like to speak to the Greytown Sports Hub proposal. I was born and brought up in Greytown and still have strong links to the community here. The Greytown District Trust Lands many properties in the town, and the building I work in at Farmlands has a bronze plaque on the front which states this building is community owned and administrated by the Greytown District Trust Lands Trust. Growing up in Greytown, I know many people who receive scholarships from the Trust, and many organisations, community groups and volunteer groups who receive grants to help them operate over the years. The Greytown Rec Grounds, as they were known when I was a child and playing rugby there, i.e. the Rugby Club, was owned by the Greytown Borough Council, your predecessor organisation, and I'm told it was gifted to Greytown Trust Lands Trust prior to local body amalgamation, so that it remains in Greytown community ownership. After reading all the documentation, I don't see that council have a plan B or a plan C, and are only putting out a plan A for consultation, which is the proposal which Greytown Lands Trust wants. I've heard from elected members that it's unfortunate that Greytown Trust has put the council into this position, and it is very unfortunate. It's absolutely wrong that the Trust is doing this to its own community and sports clubs and expecting the whole South Warwick district to pick up the pieces. What other plans or options are there? There's a block of land to the east of Greytown Facade, which council is aware of. However, apparently this has been rejected as a new location for the bowling club or rugby club. Why is this, and why is council adamant to only consult on what the Greytown District Trust Lands Trust and sports organisations want? Why doesn't council buy that 10-acre block of land for 800 to 900,000? Not a huge sum of money compared to what is proposed. Subdivide the land, get 2 or 3 acres, whatever the area of land the bowling club and the rugby club currently occupy, and gift that to the, and do a land swap with the trust for them to subdivide and develop. The council can then retain the balance of that land for future development once the spatial plan has been complete. By swapping this land with the Greytown Trust Lands Trust for the bowling and rugby club grounds, this would be a cheaper option for the whole South Warwick district compared to what has been proposed. Ultimately, I don't want to see council and ratepayers be forced to purchase and maintain already community-owned land. However, if there is no other option, then the best option is to minimise the exposure. Likewise, I don't want to see council and ratepayers be forced into outlaying $1 million to extend the Culinary College gym. Again, I haven't seen any other options or plans on how these funds will be raised other than relying on ratepayers. I attended Culinary And I'd like to know what fundraising plan there is to raise this $1 million rather than rely on the ratepayers. Has council asked Turanui these questions? Rebuilding the gym is a necessity which will be funded by the Ministry of Education. However, the planned expansion is a nice to have and shouldn't be funded by ratepayers. Find out from Turanui what their alternative fundraising plans are. Other organisation groups, fundraising groups, former pupils, charitable trusts, etc., and organisations would be help provide funds for the project without the burden on ratepayers. You'll see my comments on land transport, but I don't support council paying to replant trees on council land where other groups or organisations felled those trees for fundraising. Those groups should be budgeting for and replanting out of the profits that they can receive. Likewise, there are other sources of funding available to pay for replanting trees of vegetation, i.e. the the 1 billion tree scheme, and consideration should be given to plant natives rather than exotic one species plantations. I support installing recycling stations in public spaces, as other councils have. Let's get on with it and make it happen. Those bins and carton are a good example. I don't support increasing the rents in our pensioner flats. We need to look after our elderly residents and not impose more costs. There are lots of arguments that the rental of the flats are not covering the costs. However, if this is due to historical mismanagement, then let's sort that out, but not at the expense of the tenants. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan.
Says next submitter is Alistair G. Quinn. This is submission number 268. Morning, Alistair.
Good morning. How are you? Yes, I'll get straight into it. Firstly, I'll just run through a few of the discussion topics, questions, and then I'll get on to a couple of items. I'm going to start with the water supply, and yeah, it has to be certainly has to be a main focus. Couple of things I sort of like I see over in Greytown. I think it's at Westwood Street. I mean, the subdivisions were all done over there. Those guys were asked to put in water tanks with their subdivisions, and so we had that drought about January, February, March. We were pretty short in water and things like that. Those guys were able to utilise their own water as well as cutting back on the water. So I see that some of the subdivisions that have been put in now, that they don't need those tanks. I think probably if you're going to be doing subdivision, you probably need to have a water tank. And that's one thing I think that should be looked at seriously, because it's wasting water otherwise. And maybe offering subsidised water tanks or costs or paid back over a period of time might help as well. People that are already established. Going into swimming pools, yes, very happy with that to extend the house, etc. It's good. It's a great initiative, and family and friends activity, and I play a bit of cricket over in Greytown. That pool every weekend seems to be full of family and people, so it's good. With the Greytown sports issues, it's probably really up to the Greytown people because they're the main people that are going to be involved with it. So we're a little bit partial to that, but I'd hate as a sports person to see Greytown bowls and rugby without areas to play. And I know that the rugby club rooms have done, the guys have done a lot of good work in those club rooms and stuff like that, so, yeah. Right. Waste minimisation. Jenny, my wife, built this up last year that maybe looking into something like we've got down in Wanaka with their waste busters. It seems to work really well down there. And look, I know you guys looked into it last year, and it's because Carterton Masters were not interested in doing it. I can't see why it should be an issue for us, because at minimum cost, you know, you're always going to get money back on it in respect to, yes, it's going to be a little initial cost to start it up, but there's going to be, if the business profile looked as Wanaka has done, I can't see why it can't work here. Certainly something to really look into, I feel. Right. Going into reserves, certainly where I live with coastal reserves and things like that, it's sort of like looking, I mean, for example, this week, 4 days of surf has been up. There's been 20. I think on Sunday we counted 62 cars parked down there, and I presume probably it's probably the same. Yeah. So probably for along the beach. So it certainly gets utilised down there. Those tables we put in front of our house through the community board was awesome. They have been utilised heavily, and that's where people tend to congregate around that area. Jenny had sort of like put forward that we look at from 2018-19 plans submissions. Said it was officers determined the installation, ongoing operational costs of installing maybe electric, gas, or solar powered barbecues would be good. Why I look at that as being an asset on the rural fire, and certainly I would be probably asking over 50 people to put fires out. Most of them would be saying, because I'm cooking. And we've got the fire restrictions on, so that would be one advantage. Yeah. Right, and yeah, the submissions from last year as well. They were maybe looked into as well. Not too much about it. The other thing that I am a little bit concerned about was that all the work on the Tora Bridge is done. I know there is always fuel issues you don't see and things like that, but I think that has gone well over budget to what it was supposed to be, and I feel that the taxpayer is bearing the brunt of that in costs that had nothing really to do with the council, except for getting consultants in to do the job. And I haven't seen the figures of what has happened there, but it's certainly, I do know it costs $50,000 just to take the equipment away from the Tora Bridge for 2 months and bring it all the way back again, because there was a cock-up from consultants working where the test holes were being and how much girders we needed to put into the ground. And that was, I feel that there's a breakdown between the consultant and the test people, or the test people and which the bearers, whatever, that's come back onto plus the tax payer. Yeah, rate payer, I should say. And just finally, a couple little things where upgrading of our roads is the average. And example is the tar seal past our place where the grader driver dropped the blade too early and plowed up a little bit of tar seal, I should say. But yeah, it was going to be repaired last year, maybe this year, maybe. And a few little things where the workers have sort of been coming onto my place and doing bits and pieces without asking permission. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alison. We still have a minute and a bit, so councillors, if you have questions, yes.
That was just one clarification.
Yep.
Did you receive an email from me regarding a tour bridge?
Yes. Yes.
Did that remind you a little bit on that issue?
In respect to saying the money was coming out of the contingency plan. But should it be?
Councillor.
Yeah, Jerry, you talked a little bit about infrastructure down on the coast, and it obviously affects all of our coast. What infrastructure is there down there for people?
There's in our side of it, down at the Tora area, there's in that on our road, the Tawaki Road Tora area, there's 5 areas where you can freedom camping, and there's I think 3 toilets we put in, which are bloody fantastic. And so there is that. Unfortunately, down at Tora Bridge, where the main route of camping people go, it does get flooded quite a lot through the river rising over the top because the sandbars have been pushed up by the sea, so that does cause a little bit. But this side, except for the toilets, it's not too much else there.
Thank you, Alison. That's that.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys.
Our next submission is one, Ellie Holmes at Frank Hall. This is submission number 429. Yeah, no, right.
No rush, Frank.
Oh, here you go.
I'm here.
Morning, Alex. Good morning, councillors. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to you again. From the submission I put in, the only bit I want to talk about is the document we added to that submission regarding the Rukop to Tuna Road, which we revisit again this year. First of all, it's very much appreciated that you, Alex, and Gareth have offered to come out yourselves and have a look at the road. And unfortunately, you're very busy today on these hearings because today would be an ideal day to see that road. It's in no good shape. It was only graded a couple of weeks ago. We also appreciate that there's been a bit of a hold up because of the COVID. And Tim Levy's been pretty good with his communications to us as to, why this been delays and whatever. So, we know we're going to get 3 kilometres of tar seal. But I guess what I'm here for today is not the long term of the tar seal, because we've certainly put in a submission for a long term plan to get more tar seal on that road, because I think the traffic you're getting there now certainly can warrant it on a number of grounds. But today, really, I want to talk about the short term and the level of maintenance on that road. Frankly, to date, and since we spoke at last year's submissions, is, in my opinion, substandard. And Ford and Hogan are really, the money being spent, I guess, are really not doing a very good job, because all we're getting is a grader come along, knock the top off. Nothing being done about the drainage, either spraying or cleaning out drains. Occasionally the scoop of the grader will dig a little hole in the side of the road and hope the water will drain away. Well, most of the time it doesn't. People are moving further and further out onto the side of the road. So fences are leading over, particularly near Red Thomas's place. And this time of the year, the potholes, I came home last night in semi-darkness and misjudged one huge pothole and nearly took the suspension out of my ute. And that's how bad it gets at this time of the year. Safety is another issue which we covered off last year. I pulled a vineyard worker out of the ditch the other day because we're getting a lot of traffic on that road now that they don't know about driving on metal, going too fast, have to put the brakes on, wonder why they end up in the ditch. A couple of fences have been knocked over recently as well. And dust is, from my point of view anyway, where I live, this is the side of the road I live on, is a huge issue at the moment. The number of big trucks that go past. I should really present you with a video of the dust that comes into my place. And I'm sure others are affected as well. And from my point of view, it's starting to become a health issue. So that's about it. I guess short term, we'd like to see a lot better maintenance of the road. I mean, it's a one-way bridge, you can't even see it approaching at times because overgrown trees, you know, obstructing the view. And had a few close shows there as well. So that pretty well summarises it. I would just, I think you probably want to say something, but in summary, I'd just like to finish my part at one man years ago, John Reed, and we've heard this before, Councillor Jackson, promised me that when I've been there 30 years, I could actually have some tar seal outside my place. So I think maybe this council maybe should honour that commitment from that previous man. Thank you. I'll just hand over to you.
Yeah. Right. Thanks, Ali. So yeah, some of the councillors know me. I work, most of my work is for council, so I understand your space very well. I've worked for over 50 of them now. And I've lived out this road for over 40 years as well. So when I read my I lived out there for a long time. But I guess, you know, we just want to make sure that last year we submitted and got a commitment for 3 years or 3 kilometres over 3 years, and we just want to make sure that sticks. We hate to see it go backwards. It is a bit of a gift that keeps giving. You know, our biggest fear is, right, the Mayor and a couple of councillors going to come out today, and it was great at it yesterday, but as the ODC, you'd be pretty safe if you went out there today. It's probably as bad or, you know, not the worst I've ever seen it. They have been just doing some culvert work, getting ready for the sealing over the last few weeks. And so that's sort of compounded in that, you know, you've got the compaction still would have happened, so there's some pretty serious judder bars where you go through those culverts at the moment, but I understand why that is. And, you know, I guess for me, the disappointing thing is you know, like when I first went out there to work for Rex Thomas 40 years ago, there were a handful of families out there, and it's a different place now. It's a change of use. You know, there's 50 odd houses and families that live out there now, so it's and then you stack on top of that Part 2 Chasm, which had, you know, 6,700 visitors last year. So it's totally different. We can understand that that's why it's changed. But the thing for me, I go all over the country working for various councils from far north to Invercargill. The worst piece of road I drive on is the last 3 kilometres stuff. And I can't stress that enough. it's a safety thing, and but it's also an ease of driving. If you're dodging potholes to get around the other side of the road to get around them, it's not safe. So that's all we probably need to say. We just want to make sure that we get that commitment from last year carried over. We missed the flip this year for a whole lot of reasons, COVID being a big one, but I hate to see it slip.
Thank you, Frankie. Before I've got a question and I'll pass over to councillors, because we've got 3 minutes, so it's not bad. Ali, you mentioned that you've seen a decrease in quality of work on the road. Has this occurred since a new contract was, or a new grading contract was involved, or is this because of frequency as well? What's the grading?
I don't think it's just frequency, Alex. It's just overall, it hasn't changed since you upgraded the contract, and Jackie told me that the contract had been upgraded. Other than coming out and grading, there's actually very little going on. I mean, if you were out there this morning, there's drains there that are overgrown in grass, huge drain there, but the water actually can't get into it. One stage of the road, there's a big puddle right beside the drain, because the water can't get in there. You know, drainage is probably one of the biggest issues on that road. It's a narrow road, and then we've got a heap of logging trucks and other trucks going down there.
And that drainage was occurring previously, the clearing of drainage was occurring previously, it's not.
It was previous until you're upgrading there. Yeah, I mean, nothing's changed.
Nothing much has changed.
I guess one of the big things that what we've come to talk about today is to get those guys to do some good maintenance, which ratepayers are paying for.
Councillors, do you have a question? Councillor.
Just one from me, thank you. How often is the road maintained, generally speaking, pre-COVID?
I really can't tell you how often we grade about once every 8 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, every couple of months, but because it's a sort of skim over grading, it's, you know, a skim top off that goes in the corrugations, and 2 days later you're back to week.
Section with road formation itself.
Yeah, road formation, but you know, a couple of years ago they actually did quite a bit of drainage work on that first kilometre, and you know, water kills roads, full stop, and if it gets on there or it stays on there, the pneumatic effect destroys roads, and you know, that first bit was quite good for a bit. That was probably three years ago. Yeah. But yeah, there's certainly lots of it we need to work across the road.
Councillors, do we have time for one more quick question? Councillor Clinton.
You mentioned in your submission the dark sky reserve out that area. What level of increase in traffic have you noticed for people coming out to that area to the dark sky?
I'm too far down the road to know about that.
Yeah, they're in the first sort of kilometre.
They're in the first kilometre, but basically that first kilometre is the best part of the road. They've just put some metal on there. Well, sort of, yeah.
You come off the tar seal and you sort of slide in that first corner.
From my point of view, you know, putting tar seal on there is not my priority. It's actually a very good bit of road. Well, that's a bit of road.
You guys live in the 3 kilometre mark, that's what they're really clear. That's my conflict of interest.
Fred, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'll speak to you later. Okay, I've still got the shovel, right? You've got in the holes myself, actually.
See you, Pip.
See you, Pip.
So we now have a slight break before we hear from Jack. She goes from here to the right, so we can't go. So I'll just adjourn for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to hear from Jack.
Way down to State Forest.
Right, we'll just wait a couple of councillors before we We're just waiting on a couple of councillors and we'll start again. And the first person back will be submission number 42, Jack Shepherd.
So we can scouts have been certainly done. really cool. When we take scouts out, we like to out there because people want to be there's a functional area, so we have to figure out some.
Thank you for joining us.
It's really, but
So I think Councillor Vickery's not here at the moment. So I'm sure you'll join us, but in the interest of keeping things going, we will start. So we invite Jen Shepherd to come and. Excellent. Yeah, over to you.
I'm going to speak with the microphone. Or?
You can, but we can hear you quite.
Well, thank you for this process. It's lovely. It's lovely to come and submit. I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm Jack Shepherd. I do work in a community development role in Featherston. Some of you may know that, but today I'm not representing that fine organisation whose name I will not even mention. Such is my independence from them. I am giving my own personal ratepayer submission now. In 10 minutes, I will then put on a different hat and then I'll make a case for that group. So please, I hope, obviously I agree with you, but I hope you can separate those things and not get you on there in trouble. Okay, my submission has been made. I'd mainly like just to talk about the Great County Sports Hub aspect of that. Go Harry, have a seat, cheers. Frankly speaking, I wasn't very happy about this, and it's not what's happening, it's the way it's being done. So, I mean, obviously everyone's kids are playing sports and all, it's all great, but it's more about the way that that's being done that's of alarm and of concern. And actually, since then, the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic has kind of changed the situation. I'll read out some stats. You know as well as I do that local government NZ revenues have been cut 2.3% to 11% across the board around New Zealand. The quote is, it's time to borrow for your mortgage, but not for your groceries. And so some might say that what we're talking about here is just groceries. Okay, I'm going to make some strong statements, but I'm aware of legal ramifications. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I can only talk about what it appears to look like, what seems to be happening, and it seems that it's nothing short of strong-arming tactics from Akata. Terrorists frankly holding us to ransom, saying and having the audacity to say that it's for kids, that it's for children. I think that's actually not very nice. I'll also complain about the lack of community engagement that's got on here with the lives and well-being of children being raised. I haven't seen any community engagement going on here. This is probably for Sid Kempton, not for people here, but I will talk through council as a proxy to a group that has not done any consultancy in Featherston, dare I say Martinborough. We like the working at the centre here. It was great. It was heaps of community participation engagement. But this is frankly, looks like a bunch of welfare queens handing out their, putting it in their hand, asking for money. It's frankly omni-shambles, the way it's been done. And again, I know a lot of this council were here for the previous term and are sort of dealing with that now. A statement has been made before that this was in the plan before, it can't be changed. I would say that is coming from a cow. I'm not sure what the rules on invective are in this room. I'll try and keep my tone civil because we elect people to make decisions. And when that's changed, then our decisions can also change. So yeah, I don't really have much to say here, and I think you can change your mind and you have to do that here. Everyone knows about Ministry of Education funding Kurunuri. It's fantastic, it's great. It's a wonderful cricket pitch in Greytown, down at the Soldiers, down next to the campsite there. It's a real grass turf pitch. It's the best in the whole of the Waikato. Yeah, I'm not sure why that something needs to be incorporated into a hub there over at Kurunuri. Fantastic pictures over in Greytown there. So yeah, frankly, it's just a voicing here just about how sort of angry and disappointed I am, and people are at the process, seeming like a cover-up, seeming like sort of strong arm tactics there. Probably there are reasonable degrees of reasonableness, behind some of these decisions that have been made and hands been forth and things like that. But look, I just think where there's a real community engagement, $20,000 could be spent engaging the local community instead of bribing celebrities to come and make a nice tweet. Yeah, I mean, so I don't have much very nice stuff to say here, other than I'm kind of for the sports hub, and the worst thing that can happen, the worst case scenario, we get a fantastic sports hub, but I just don't like the way that that's been done, the way that funds have been allocated for that, the way how cartoon ratepayers were actually sought for the support, and yet do not bear any taxpayers. I heard it there. So I think that's really unfair. All of this leads me to believe that Greytown Mistrust, Unpin Trust, Lands Trust are not trustworthy with which South Wairarapa Council, the Federason Board via South Wairarapa Council should be engaging with here. I think we do a lot there. Yeah. That's me. Thank you. And that's me. It's Jack Shepherd. Nothing to do with a community group in Federason, etc., etc. And personally speaking as well, everything else was great. It's focused on our water, it's focused on Federason wastewater, it's focused on the excrement in the water here in Martinborough, which are sort of human rights concerns that hold place over and above the groceries, the sports stadium, and great. So, fire away. Probably made some enemies. There you go. Thank you.
Before I open up the council, we have questions for councillors. We have 4 minutes, so you've been remarkably brief in your submission. Just one question. You mentioned council bribing celebrities.
Sure.
On that?
Sure, no, that wasn't council. No, my understanding is that $20,000 was allocated. I'm not sure where those funds came, probably from Greytown Trust, Lands Trust, were allocated for marketing, which was used for social media campaigns, for Seth rounds for Paul Oakville, etc., to come out and make positive media statements about this.
So,
I mean,
that's got to just clarify.
Yes, oh no, definitely. Bribing is a bit of a strong word. Should have made it. Should have mentioned council in that. No, but for me, the point is that those are funds that have been used to engage a community which has been blindsided. One of the wards has been blindsided by this. I dare say, our context in the Martinborough ward might agree with that as well. Yeah.
Councillors, do you have any questions of Mr. Shepherd? Well, thank you very much, Jack. Just dead on time now. If you pop your other hat on, submission 887 by Jack Shepherd for the Wairakamawana Trail Group.
I have socks, but I don't have a hat. Sorry, I wish I physically had another hat that I could put on here to give you that motif.
Very good.
Yeah. Even my hair's going fast. All right. So, g'day everybody, thank you so much for having me again. How you going, Karen? My name is Jack Shepherd. I'm here representing the Wairakamawana Trail Group, which is the cycling group, a walking and cycling group. There's a lot of walkers there. This is a group that's come together. It's cognizant of the fact that Murphy's Line is basically untravelable, extremely dangerous there, and a lot of people in Federason are unable to go down to the Wairakamawana. They don't know how to get there, they can't just see it. So a group was formed, we want to build it, and they want to build a trail, kind of like the Greytown Trail, copy paste that, along some stop banks from Federason Township down to the Wairakamawana. They've been looking at it for about a year. They're a formed charitable society, and had some recent conversations with our Deputy Mayor Ems and with good support here from the councillors. So the Federason Water councillors will probably have some more information about this if you'd like to follow up with them after. You don't have to ask me about this later. But basically, the group would like to send in a submission and to support the cycling and walking services component of that plan. I can talk to the submission, but you've already got it there. Basically, there are many, maybe 10 or 20 Federason groups that are all supporting this group as well, from water and healthcare perspectives, from fitness, from transport, from lifestyle, from a sort of a wider spiritual and identity purpose. We have the amazing mountains there, we have the amazing Moana, which is a beautiful logo now, And we have a recent, news last Friday from Rawaki Smith. The name of that escapes me, but we all know there's the EV settlement going on down there. This is a jewel that Peterson people really love and care about and want to get down there. And the school, Peterson School, is tied in with this as well. We've got a little track going around there to teach your cycling services. So pretty much the whole town is all in, and we'd love to just bike around town and only use our cars to go in between towns. Hopefully, with 5 Towns Trails Trust, we can use our bikes to go in between towns as well. But just for the purposes of today's submission, the benefits to society, healthcare are myriad, from investment in cycling and walking infrastructure, and reducing pollution as well, our emission responsibilities. Many cyclists actually came out last week on the Queen's birthday. Featherston was chocker. We saw the FCOS terminals were ringing here and in Greytown, but Featherston was chocker as well, pretty much. So that was great. So short trails, long trails, options, all of these are good and will be viewed positively by the wider Moana Trail Group. And as I mentioned, there are a plethora of the community board. All of the Featherston groups are basically behind this Moana Trail Group, except for a couple of farmers. Everyone would love to see Moana restored, and part of that is letting us get down there, unlocking that so the kids can run down there, discover it, play with it, grow up, have it be a part of identity. So most of the projects that are related to cycling and walking around the region are strongly supported by Waitanapa Moana Trail Team. The Western Lake Road track has some controversy, but they're also likely to work in there. It goes from Cross Creek to Featherston Township, but is manifestly unsuitable for, unfortunately, for cycling, and sort of done quite quickly. But we're aware of that and sort of the maintenance costs of that, and we'd like to work in there with council. And if it's awkward for council and you have to use that because it's one of your guns, you've got it back, then cool, maybe we can talk about some spurs or we can do some other stuff there. But basically, they're just very keen, all cycling opportunities, and especially such a flat and easy one like this. It's just a little toddle there and back. It's confusion about cyclists. They're not all in lycra. They're not all mad and crazy. Everyone in this room is probably a cyclist, probably has a bicycle and uses it every now and again. We're all cyclists. So that sort of mixed purpose and all accessibility, cycling and walking track, is something that, we're just always going to be passionate about. We think it's a draw card for the region. Having mentioned the tourism flow ons there, but we think it's really good. Look, I'm just talking to the submission now. You've got that in writing, you can see that. Please ask me questions. I'll do my best to represent the group.
Thank you very much, Jack. Questions from council? So Councillor Hay first.
Thanks very much, Jack. Just a quick question. Have you presented all your plans to the Wairarapa Trails Action Group at all?
Are you friendly Erin Collins, isn't it? Erin Collins?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Close contact with Erin Collins. So I kind of there like secretary. They do the work, I help them out, I'm a facilitator for the community. And yes, Erin's in close contact with us. I need to chat to her post-COVID, sure. I even chatted with the guy from Australia that you got over. I met him once, and then he's been stuck over there for a few months. TNC or TLC or something. So we're right in there. Very keen to plug into that. The unfortunate thing is that Bob Toswell and people want to do 5 Towns Trails Trust, and that's cool, and Featherston will plug into that, but this group is looking at one trail that's going to be there and back from Featherston to Moana and back, or it could be a circuit or something, and it'll be part of the 5 Towns Trails, but unfortunately for Toswell and some of those guys, we're not championing the bits to connect the towns yet. We want to do this one first, and then they're going to do that one next. But I love Erin's work. She works very hard, and I try to connect them as much as I can.
Thank you. Councillor Victor.
Thank you, Jack Rodrigo. What support or action is your group asking of the council through this submission?
Great question. I believe it's just green light it for us, help us work with any other things, but just let them go and just let them go for it. There's definitely no funding. That would be central government, in fact, funding from the Department of Tenant Affairs and self-fundraise. it would be more help. There are a lot of paper roads that we hope to be accessing, the legality of which is disputed. So those sorts of things, really. And just the verbal support of council and I suppose contacts and things like that would be greatly appreciated. You've already given us most of these, so Ross, actually, the group's presented at the community board as well and has been endowed with small funds for some advertising and stuff. So we've already got some basic support there. The group just wants to continue ensuring that cycling and walking advocacy is represented at council. Council's passing on. We like this. Yeah. So that's mostly it, I suppose. Definitely not getting funding or anything. There's lots to be done there, and operationally, Councillor Ames is working with us. This khaki observatory, oh my goodness, it's so fascinating, and everyone's really engaged and really behind this. Keep us in mind, drop it in the long-term plan in a way where that works. Yeah.
Just as a follow-up question, what's the proportion of private land and council-owned land or council-controlled land through which your trail is proposed?
Most of it's council, there's one small farm, but I mean, none of it's actually farm, it's all paper roads. So we'll be going on a paper road that would flank or it'd be a button road adjacent to a private farm in there, and our solution is to build a massive dog-proof, big old fence, whatever they want. So it's all council land basically, especially with the recent Otter family farm purchase there. We've tried to prioritise that. Yeah, and we'd like feedback as well. If we could help council do something, because we'd like to put in part of the khaki observatory and the old golf course, and all of those little bits along the way.
Councillor, any other questions? So, Councillor, please.
You mentioned you've had one of the schools on board.
Yeah.
Do you have the other two schools on board as well?
So I mentioned that we've got schools on board. Featherston School, the Board of Trustees, there is a member on that board there who's also on the board of the cycling trail team. And they are building a skills thing around there, around Featherston School. St. Teresa's is not building that trail. South Featherston is not building that trail. So that's why I particularly mentioned that Featherston School connection. And it dovetails and weaves nicely with it, but it's not a formal cooperation. There's some overlap there. The other schools we have their unofficial support. I can get that writing for the official support for that, especially the South Featherston School. Probably that's sort of halfway to Martinborough. So there's, and that is also dangerous. Well, kids shouldn't be running on State Highway 2 down to that school, should they? So yeah, we hope that we can go halfway along this trail and sneak off to South Featherston School. South Featherston, yeah, and informally they love the idea. Yeah. The parents from that school are on our board for the cycling.
Okay, thank you. That's the 10 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah.
And thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
So we are, I think, thanks to Jack's first submission, running slightly ahead of time. However, our next submitter is Karen Rowe. I don't know whether, Karen, are you willing to start a bit early?
Why not?
Fantastic. So this is submission number 852.
Good morning. My name is Karen Crowe. I'm a resident of Martinborough and a ratepayer. I'm also a registered architect by profession with over 35 years of experience in the building industry. That's why my hair's so white. My projects have been pretty evenly divided between commercial and residential. We'll come back to mine. Comments today, unfortunately, quite negative overall. However, they come from a position of huge appreciation for this beautiful little town that's set in a slice of rural paradise. I care about this town, and that's why I feel we deserve better from our local governments. I've observed a concerning lack of transparency on the part of South Wales District Council, specifically with regards to details of the management, expenditure and projects. This is an issue which has in fact been acknowledged by Alex O'Neill, and I don't have experience in the situation. The annual plan consultation document tells us that we as ratepayers contribute 68% of the income to this council, a lion's share. We have a right to have available the details of how it's been spent. And the council actually not only has the legal ability to give us that information, they have a statutory obligation. I've made several attempts to obtain information about two major recent projects in Martinborough. The Waihinga Centre, delivered over 9 months late with numerous issues arising during construction, and yet we are reassured on budget. Really would be an industry first, to my knowledge. I also want the figures for the children's playground. Despite 3 requests under the Official Information Act, requests to the CEO by email, directly personal information, in a meeting with the Waihinga Charitable Trust, I have received no satisfactory information about any of these measures. The Public Record Act requires the following. Every public office and local authority must create and maintain full and accurate records of its affairs in accordance with prudent business practice, including the records of any matter that is contracted out to an independent contractor. The quality of information that has been very reluctantly supplied to me does not meet the standard. Why is it so hard to get information out of this council? Finally, on my third Official Information Act with regards to the Waihinga Centre, I was given a list of figures on what my old mother would have called a jotter pad. Nothing on the page to identify who produced them, nothing to relate them to the South Wairarapa District Council. Some figures are savings and they're in brackets, and they're now deducted from the total, which unsurprisingly is shown adding up to exactly the original budget figure of 5.37 million. How convenient. Because of this, I have concerns regarding the ability of South Wairarapa to manage projects competently and to spend money carefully and prudently. In the case of the children's playground, the only document I was able to obtain, this work is not even finished yet, it's very current, we're not talking about ancient history. The only document I was able to obtain was in the form of a quote, totaling $300,000. A major flaw in this quote was a complete lack of quantities, nearly a list of the work involved, a series of different surface treatments, concrete, asphalt, bark chip, lime chip, then 1 times 1 against each one and the total cost. Some items of furniture were included, however most play equipment was either donated separately by the lines or refurbished. In the absence of any accurate plan of the playground, I was always told that was superseded, that's not accurate. I spent considerable time measuring the areas, pacing them out and estimating the industry standard cost of the work. I could not account for anywhere near $300,000. Later, it was denied that this quote was being used as a contract document for the project. However, no alternative was forthcoming. My inquiries into this project were then abruptly ended by our CEO, who advised me that the project was not being managed by the council, but by the Waihinga Charitable Trust. However, I now note that a sum of $400,000 shows in the schedule of capital expenditure for the South Wairarapa Council for the year ending the 30th of June 2020. In other words, all this money is to be spent, according to this, $400,000 by the end of the next 2 weeks or so. No money is carried forward into next year. Can I once more ask the accounts giving full details of expenditure documenting $400,000 Waihinga Children's Playground to be made available? The Mayor states that post-COVID-19, everything's changed in the world, in our world. However, I do not see that reflected in this annual. There appears to be no attempt made to make savings in the operations of the council. On the contrary, it seems we have a position of considerable deficit in our operations budget with a plan to borrow and spend even more in the following year. Why are we not making any attempts to cut our spending? Is the Chief Executive and other highly paid council department heads following example of our Prime Minister and taking a pay cut? Are there any councillors? On the contrary, I think they've recently given themselves a pay increase. There is no doubt that there is a requirement for capital expenditure for some overdue infrastructure projects, the water supply for our towns being the most pressing example. However, we have before us a proposal to increase our rates by 2.54% and to also borrow a sum of $1.5 million to cover operations expenditure, not capital. Even in a time of low interest rates, I think it is most unwise to increase our indebtedness to pay the bills in this way. We can ask questions of this council. I ask them all the time. You know, Official Information Act, I'm person. We're encouraged to ask questions. In fact, today's consultation, I thank you for it. The problem is we just don't get any answers. In response to my recent question about 1.5 million to be raised to fund operations on the annual plan, Harry made the statement as part of his written reply. There is no effect on equity. This reply is an insult to my intelligence. The very definition of equity is the total assets of an entity minus total liabilities. Raising a loan by definition produces equity. Because I'd asked a question regarding expenditure in writing, I was sent a handy link to further financial information in support of the annual plan. There's certainly a large quantity of information to be found there. However, I found it lacking in detail and basically impenetrable. I couldn't, for example, find a balance sheet in any form that I recognise, so I can get a picture of the total level of proposed indebtedness of the council. I wonder if our councillors find the financial information that they're provided with useful and clear as a basis for their decisions that you make on our behalf. There is an astonishing lack of detail about substantive items. For example, the sum of $13.8 million for payments to staff and suppliers. It is then broken down to operational areas, but it's still in a big lump sum. There's no breakdown or detail as to the numbers of staff, their salaries, for example, what costs are for consultants, and what are for in-house staff. There is, however, a huge amount of detail about petty and trivial matters. For example, by how many cents per page the photocopying charge has been increased by. Finally, I want to voice my concern about the proposed purchase of the Greytown Sports Field. Firstly, Nathan Pennock's question about whether the trust who owns it has the right to sell it is not being addressed. 2 minutes. Can we please have the word on whether the trust have the right to sell this property? What is the nature of the urgency around this situation? Is the trust insolvent and scared of losing control of their asset? Whose urgency are we responding to other than the desire of the owner to sell and get their money quickly? I see that Alex has great optimism and thinks that land prices are on the rise. I tend to listen rather to the Reserve Bank Deputy Governor, who is predicting that land prices to correct down at least 5%, with the present wage subsidies finished and improved, short to medium level of unemployment is apparent. Why are we contemplating this purchase with the urgency? All my instincts tell me that it would be unwise to purchase a property under pressure and a price set by the vendor at this time. We should slow down this process. It seems strange and unfortunate that a trust set up with such an altruistic mandate as to provide sports facilities for our youth should appear to be, in effect, attempting to hold us over a barrel in this way and not doing all it can to keep the facility available for the children. We've already had the debacle of the Featherstone Golf Course. We need to slow down, learn and do our due diligence. In summary, I'm not going to use the transparency again, word transparency again. It seems to have lost its meaning with respect to this council. I ask that the South Ryde District Council be more open, honest, take more care with decision making concerning the provision of core services and other functions with which it is entrusted to carry out on our behalf. Keep an open and inquiring mind and maybe apply some common sense. Have you got any questions?
Thank you for your submission. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions. It's not up to 4 people. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you so much.
With that, I'm going to now adjourn from morning tea, and on our return, we'll hear from Dan first. Councillors, now call on Ken River to speak to his submission. This is number 954. Thank you, Dan.
And thank you all for the opportunity to talk to you. These are extraordinary times. Few truly understand the nature of deflation and what it will achieve. Fewer understand that no government can resist it. The Japanese 15 years ago tried with helicopter money to boost their economy, and after 18 months, their indebtedness had risen to 100% of GDP, and they simply had to abandon the effort. Already, with the wage subsidy schemes, I believe that our New Zealand indebtedness is projected to go past 40% of GDP. So it's clear we have to face up to things now rather than later, when the bills will be much harder to pay. So mine is a disruptive message, and I'm sorry to be the Jeremiah, but somebody has to speak out the facts, that it's going to be harder to pay these bills later. I must first mention that I've much appreciated the late-minute help from Alex and the rate staff in terms of information. Mine was very much a late-minute submission on Sunday night because I was redoing our own budgets, and I looked at that figure of 49,000 and I said, that's a bucket load of money. A bucket load of money, and it's two good jobs, worthwhile jobs outside for youth who might otherwise be unemployed. So if you don't change, you just increase local employment, your choice. Now, overarching this, of course, is the legal framework, and that's been much influenced by the Court of Appeal decision in Electoral Court of Mackenzie and reflected in the Local Government Act. Electoral Court in Mackenzie was Mackenzie District Council. Electoral Court for the first time ever was to be a ratepayer. So the council, largely influenced by local farmers, obviously were keen to make Electoral Court pay, and Electoral Court hit back. And the finding in that case was, following English law, that all councils owe a fiduciary duty, like trustee beneficiary, to their ratepayers, and in terms of that duty, they must consider the receipt of benefits by all categories. So it's cost-benefit analysis, which has a venerable history in terms of property rights. I won't go further, but to say it's Electoral Court and Mackenzie, we must be considering the receipt of benefits by each category of ratepayer. Now, I looked at that $49,000 figure and realised that was going to be over 7% of our coming gross revenue. How does it compare with everyone else? Well, my warm thanks to Kirsty and team. I first of all asked a question. In the South Wairarapa district, please give me a list of the 6 highest paid ratepayers. To my surprise, I found I was in the 4th position. To my further surprise, I found that the other 5 people were all farmers. And further again, all of those addresses indicate that they are dairy farmers or cropping farmers. But we are not. We have no hay country at Tarwhite. We have no cropping land at Tarwhite. In fact, 80% of the land is grey-wacky. The science is that no matter how we try, that land can only produce 3,000 kilos of dry matter. So it's a tough block. That's where I'm at. But all I'm saying is, relative to what the block can achieve, don't overtax me. And so in my submission, I've used the word rebel, and I do, and I say the amounts of money are such that it's well worth my personal while to actually litigate. So it's disproportionate. Now, it's circulated is Kirsty's figures, and it's relevant that even the biggest of businesses in Martinborough only pay 18,000 of rates, but we're to pay 49,000. Now, let's look at benefits. The only benefit we get is the roading network, but it's a network. Everyone benefits from a roading network, and you can't chop it into little bits and say farmers should pay more, because everyone benefits. But that's the only benefit we get. And I think the numbers are, roading is $4 million out of 60 million. So I say on an individual basis that relative to benefits received, the figure is way out of sync. Relative to other farmers, the figure is way out of sync. But further, in terms of benefits, the only benefit we receive is a share of the roading network. I won't go further than that, allowing for questions, but I have made in my typed submission circulated to you all some comments about the nature of the coming times, which we should all be thinking about very hard. Quite by chance, and I'm not one to be buying newspapers, but I had other business, and I spotted the Dominion. And I'll circulate it because 2 days after, it's interesting to see that my comments were slowly noticed by journalists. And its comments of the times have changed. We will see, because of deflation, a 30% drop in house prices in Auckland and Wellington. But we in the Wairarapa can take comfort for the fact that part of that is caused by the internal migration to country areas, including the Wairarapa. So my plea, in conclusion, is please rewrite both the annual plan and the rates policy. There is no choice in these times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. We have a minute and a half of questions. I'd like to possibly ask the first one. Are you advocating a change in the rating system for the South Wairarapa?
Yes, I believe it should be aligned with other councils and be based on capital value, and that would remove some of the present anomalies.
Councillors, do you have any other questions for Mr. Redford? Then I might ask one question since we have a minute. Are you saying that there is no benefit to you as a rural person from the provision of services in the town?
No, none.
No.
I may as well travel to Wellington or Masterton, and they're all the same to me.
Thank you very much. With no further questions, thank you very much for your submission.
And thank you all for the opportunity.
We now have submission number 829, which is Kim Hewson from the Greytown Swimming Club.
Mr Mayor and councillors, I'm making this verbal submission to the Greytown Sports and Recreation Plan. The South Wairarapa District Council, supporting document for the plan, already makes clear that Greytown has a growing population across all demographics, has growing sports participation rates, severely lacks green space and facilities to cope with the growth, has between 1/3 and 1/2 of the council provided green space compared to other areas in South Wairarapa. It needs central, safe, local access for children and seniors to walk and bike to facilities. The last thing we need is children biking on open highways or increased car journeys to reach facilities. And the plan will support the Wairarapa Positive Ageing Strategy developed by the council and neighbouring councils. At this point, I will depart from these facts and figures as they speak for themselves in supporting the need for the recreation plan to be adopted by council. I'd like to reflect on our local history that is useful for informing a very important decision ahead of you. It is difficult not to notice the parallel to today's discussion. Recently, we've all had a challenging time with COVID-19, and no doubt there are further challenges ahead. However, our region is resilient and will use these experiences to grow as a community. With that in mind, let us not make decisions solely based on today's environment. We also need to think about the generations to come. For example, our community has been using Soldiers Memorial Park in Greytown for over 100 years. Over the last century, people from around our district have come together for sports and recreation, and importantly to remember those who have served their country in times of war. The decision to invest in Soldiers Memorial Park was also taken during a similarly challenging period. At the time, we were in the shadow of World War I. I'll read an excerpt from Wairarapa's First World War Centenary online archives. When in 1919, Daniel O'Connor was about to sell a 20-acre block of native bush in Kurtafiti Street to a sawmiller, local solicitor J.F. Thompson suggested Greytown Borough Council buy it as a war memorial. A deposit of £500 was raised, and the balance at £80 an acre was paid over the next year. In 1922, Greytown citizens donated £1 per fallen soldier to establish an avenue of remembrance for 117 lime trees at the Memorial Park. On Anzac Day 1923, memorial gates to the park inscribed with 66 names were unveiled by Greytown Mayor William Hutton. In attendance were Alexander MacLeod, MP, Quentin Donald, who was a Featherstone County Council, John Card, Mayor of Featherstone, Orlando Cracknell, who was Mayor of Masterton, and Brigadier General Herbert Hart. The park was developed as a sports ground, and the World War II Memorial Swimming Pool was opened within the park in 1957. This piece of history has great significance for the decision we have to make as a council in 2020. 101 years later, £1,600 the council used to buy the land for Soldiers Memorial Park is all but forgotten. What is not forgotten are priceless memories of our community and families have of enjoying the recreation facilities at the park and commemorating our fallen. As a district, we are also very grateful for the foresight of Mr. J.F. Thompson and of course the council 101 years ago. In 2121, another 101 years on, we might not be here, but it would be very heartening to think that future South Wairarapa residents will look back and also be grateful for today's council for having the wisdom and forethought to invest in the Greytown Recreation Plan for our future generations. The money we invest now will once become invisible to the future generation, as with Soldiers Memorial Park, but the joy and benefit to the community will be timeless. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ken. Councillors, do we have any questions? Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
Thanks for this explanation.
We are now running ahead of time, but if Steve Carlin is here and would like to speak, we could take the moment to. This is submission number 779. Steve Carlin from the Greytown New Zealand Football Skills.
That's great. Morning and kia ora koutou, Mr Mayor and councillors. Yes, my name is Steve Carlin and I'm representing the New Zealand Football Skills Centre that's based in Greytown. I'm making this verbal submission in support of the Greytown Sports and Recreation Plan. My colleague Gary Houston and I set up the Skills Centre based in Greytown in 2018. This was in response to our discovery that all regions in New Zealand had a New Zealand Junior Football Skills Centre, except the Wairarapa. We are part of the Greytown Junior Football Club, but we run as a separate entity, a separate operation to the club. We operate under the New Zealand Football Junior Framework, and both Gary and I hold New Zealand Football approved junior coaching badges. The Skills Centre was set up to, one, provide extra opportunities for kids to participate in sport, and I think we all realise there are well-documented benefits of sport and recreation, both physically and in a mental health capacity. And two, to provide pathways for those in the area who may have extra ability in the sport and wish to progress further through the older age groups as they go. So this is the pathway we see it to progressing in sport and participating in sport. We are totally community focused. Gary and I freely volunteer our time each week, we're not paid. We use the equipment from the Greytown Junior Football Club, and Greytown School generously allows us to use the South Field for free. Now, as a result of this, the cost per child is just $35 per term, compared to $150 per term in Wellington. Why? Because we want the barriers to participation to be as low as possible, so as not to preclude anybody based on financial constraints. But we have no home. Our space is not fit for purpose. We currently base the Greytown School on the South Field, where we are sandwiched between a bike track, which now scatters stones onto the field, which is a health and safety issue, a playground with an obstacle course, a running track in summer, and rugby goalposts, which are not easily removable or portable. In summer, the school routinely uses the field for athletics, which means we're unable to set up the drills as we like or on time. We have to wait until they're finished before we can set up. We have 2 training sessions, 3:20 to 4:20 p.m. and 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. In winter, the second session is played in the fading light and into the darkness, and literally bad light stops play because there are no floodlights at the school. There are large divots on the field made by the school children, which is another health and safety issue, and there have been rolled ankles, as an example. There are no toilets after teachers lock up at the end of the day. No changing facilities, no storage facilities, no indoor wet weather facilities, and we have to use miniature goals as they are the only ones that we can transport, which are actually for the little kids. And the second session we hold for the older children in particular need youth-sized goals, which we aren't able to provide due to space and storage reasons and portability. Obviously, for that reason as well, we cannot provide any goalkeeper training at these sessions. So we are being restrained by our space. Added to this, Greytown School roll is increasing. New classroom buildings are going in the North Field, which will eat up more sport and recreation space, and squeezing the South Field further. Fields are used by many other community sporting codes like golf, cricket and hockey for practice. So the pressure on existing facilities is continuing to grow, which does make our future uncertain. The Skills Centre has been oversubscribed every term since we started. So we have more people wanting to participate than we can handle. Now this is a resource issue because we don't have the space or a fit for purpose facility, therefore we cannot expand to include more coaches. Without such constraints, we would be in a better position to offer places to the wider district, such as Martinborough and Featherston, and that is our aim. Our desire is for the skills centre to become a truly district-wide centre, and then a regional hub for the wider upper. We'd love to open it out to Featherston and Martinborough and bring in more coaches, as well as blood and youth coaches and leaders from Kuranui College, as we've already started to do with our training coach program. But to do this, we need a proper home and more space, and a permanent home to allow us to expand. This is why we fully and wholeheartedly support the Sports Hub proposal. Not only that, in a general sense, we see it as a wonderful community asset available to all ages and multiple sports groups, and a centrally located facility, which is crucial for access because it can be easily accessed by young and old. We see the improvement of Kuranui College gym to also be an invaluable asset for the community, not only because it could provide our skills centre with a much needed wet weather indoor facility, but because it will expand the opportunities again for the wider community to participate in a greater range of indoor sports. Examples of these are basketball, full-size court, futsal, which is a hugely growth sport in New Zealand. It's our belief that with the sustained growth of Greytown and the increasing pressure on existing facilities, we need the green space and fit-for-purpose facilities to reflect this growth and meet current and, more importantly, future demand. That's why we support fully this current proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Let's open up the questions from any councillors. Pendergast, do you have a question? Sorry.
Yeah, just a quick, so the 110 local players you have now, they're all from Greytown?
Yes.
And are you not actively looking outside Greytown?
Well, we can't. That's a simple answer. We can't do. So.
Councillor Maynard.
Kia ora, thank you very much for that presentation, Steve. I was just wondering if you could clarify with regards to the purchases, where you would see your practices happening, because you talk about the rugby goalposts and things not being able to be moved. So would you see yourself on the rugby grounds, or would you see yourself more at the Kuranui grounds?
No, on the rugby grounds. So the aim is to have portable equipment, particularly goals, and somewhere we can store them. Yeah, basically, so if it's going to be a multi-use field situation, you need people to have portable equipment. So that's the aim there. Yeah, we can move it on and off. But currently, we are literally turning up at the school, at 2:30 in the afternoon with whatever gear we can carry.
Yeah.
And we can't move goals, we can't do anything like that. So it's really not ideal, but it's all we've got at the moment.
Right, cool, thank you.
Councillors, any other questions? If I may ask as well.
Sure.
What is your ability or inability to use Soldiers Memorial Park, which does have football pitches there?
The problem I see with Soldiers Memorial, is that it's the only sports field outside of the rugby grounds in Greytown, so there's already quite a great pressure on that park. The skills centre is an all year round skills centre. So when cricket comes onto Soldiers Memorial, there'd be a clash there because we're not allowed, you can't run onto wickets, cricket wickets, and even the outfield, I think they look really dimly on us, chewing up their outfield. The other issue with Soldiers Memorial are the lack of floodlights. Apparently there's some lights there, but to reinstate those would be quite a capital investment. So we are looking for a place that has floodlights, again, because they're all year round, mid-winter, it's dark. There's another issue with that as well, is that it's on the outside of town from the school, and there is a concern, I know, out there among parents about kids having to cross State Highway 2 and the main roads of Greytown. It is an issue, and Not only that, currently, a lot of our children are, from Greytown School, so they'll finish school, then come to the centre. Parents have that knowledge that their kids are safe because they're still at school, they're in the school grounds, they haven't had to walk to the other side of town or be picked up in, transport logistical issues such as that.
Thank you very much. That's the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much for your time.
And we're still 5 minutes, 4 minutes ahead of time, but if Rachel Darwin is available to talk to Greytown and Junior Football Clubs. This is submission number 5-6.
Morning to American councillors. I'm here on behalf of Greytown Junior Football. We fully support 2B, Greytown Sports and Recreation Hub. It's going to be an initiative that's going to be good for all Greytown residents, young and old. There's benefits for the wider South Wharton district. It's central. It's within walking distance and cycling distance of town. Children don't have to cross the main road. It promotes a wellbeing for all, access to and affordability for recreation facilities for all ages. There is potential for South Wharton to be a regional-wide hub for multiple sporting groups. Junior football has 15 teams this season, 131 players, second only to Douglas Villa and Marcia. For the first time, we have a girls-only team in the under 11 grade. Due to space restrictions, all our kids cannot have a home game on the same weekend. 3 of the senior teams have to play elsewhere. We struggle for space to support the size of the Warrior competition. When we host a festival for all under-8s for Warrior 3 times a season, over 400 kids and their parents turn up to the park over a 3-hour period, staged on the hour. As well as at least 5 other teams, the older grades will have their competition and supporters, so at least 200 people there. We have no access to a public toilet at our current location. Our current home is Alderton Memorial Park. It's on Curtin 30 Street. It's a cricket ground. It has limited room on the sidelines for supporters, and playing fields are squashed together. The cricket club rooms and toilets are inadequate to suit our needs of hundreds of kids on our festival days. Right outside the growth phase, population, business, housing, and sports. We need green spaces fit for purpose for our facilities to reflect this growth and to meet current and future demands. We would welcome the access to shared facilities at rugby grounds, to host our visiting teams, to hold festival days, to have access to club rooms and changing room areas and toilets, to give our skills centre a home base, to give all our teams an opportunity to have a home game. Access to a community accessible gym for indoor trainings at Turanui would be a huge advantage for all our teams. A full-size gym would also raise potential for futsal, which is indoor football. It's very popular and it's one of the fastest growing sports. If we could set up a hub, Capital Football would fully support us to get it going. The current council green space in Greytown is already hugely valued and utilised. It was a result of investment from the council 100 years ago. It is a same decision, and it's going to be a similar decision for the current council to continue and hope for future use. Sporting and recreation clubs in Greytown are all aligned in support of the hub. We collectively see its value, and we would make the most of the investment that the council is proposing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. Just open up to councillors now for any questions. If I could possibly ask one. There's possibly one I could have asked for a couple of other submittals. At the moment, apart from the Kuranui shed, Joe, this physically does not add land to the resources or public route within Greytown. So this does not address your issues of space. How is this plan going to resolve some of your problems regarding facility usage?
At the moment, because as always been said, as a separate rugby grounds, we currently can't access their area. Soldier Memorial, we have one adult, one older age group pitch for 11-year-olds and above. We have 4 teams that play that age group, so they cannot all have a home game on the same weekend. For the next age group down, 2 pitches are created, and for the teams that have to rock up on Saturday mornings, we normally have at least 6 teams from other towns will arrive to have games against. It means that we cannot, of our 4 teams that age group, we can't all have a home weekend at the same time. The access to more green space would be beneficial at another location, but my fear is if we don't have a rugby ground, sharing the current green space in Greytown with rugby players would mean we're all going to be struggling for space because we can't field our 15 teams now if suddenly needed to find extra room for goalposts that you remove on Soldiers Memorial, we were struggling even more so.
Thank you. The other question would be, what are your projections on growth within the junior football club?
Our club has set at least 120 to 130 for the last couple of years. It fluctuates a little. Obviously, COVID has affected our registrations because in the last week we've had another 10 sort of rock up when they hear it's happening again. Usually around the time practice kicks in, we get a few more parents that suddenly are here and want the child to play. It has meant that we had to make an investment about 2 years ago into new tots, suddenly having 30 new kids more than the shoots that we had available about 3 years ago. And so our numbers are steadily increasing. And as the kids go through football, the team size has obviously increased, but we're not dropping away and only having 1 team in each grade. We've got 2 12 grade teams, 2 11 grades, 2 10s, 2 9s. We have lost a few of our young ladies back to playing people due to it being down on Saturday morning at Kuranui. But those young ladies that may choose to do skill centre or something else where they continue their football development.
Councillor Fox. Oh, sorry. Councillor Maynard.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you very much for that presentation. I just wanted to clarify as well. So you'd see with the shared space, you'd still use the Soldiers War Memorial Park as well, because I do understand that the numbers have been increasing specifically for junior football quite significantly over the last 3 to 5 years. The numbers really gone up quite significantly, but already struggling for that space. I'm wondering, so you're looking at the shared space being at the rugby grounds on a Saturday at the same time as JAB rugby?
At the moment, we wouldn't be able to field every team at the rugby grounds even if we tried. If we would be able to be spread over both areas, then everybody would have a home game. It would be more beneficial if there was an opportunity to put removable goals from the second rugby pitch and have a field set for the older players, or for the 3 times a year when we host 400 kids and parents at Soldiers Memorial for the 8-year-old and younger, that they get a chance to have one central location. In Masterton, the football grounds are not in the same locations for the different age groups due to space issues. They use the Lansdowne, they use Douro, Douglas Park and Douglas Villa to spread it out, so that they don't have hundreds of cars were trying to arrive at 10 o'clock to play a game.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for that. Just wanting that clarification as well.
Councillors, do you have any other questions? Rachel? Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You did amazingly.
We're still running 5 minutes to here, but our next submitter is Sue Fox. If you're willing to start this.
Yes,
This is submission number 775.
I'm here today mainly to talk for the average rate payer, and my position is that I'm against the proposal to adopt the, I'm against the purchase of the land for the Greytown Sports Club. My view is that we have a lot of people in South Wairarapa that are on fixed incomes for one reason or another. They're nuisance. They might be on sickness benefits, on low wages as rural agricultural workers. And my concern is that rates are going up far in excess of other items of expenditure in people's budgets. And until the Labour government gave out extra money for heating bills, was, going up far in excess of the amount of income that was being received. So we've got income, basically statutory, and the $25 heating allowance is supposed to be for heating, not for spending on rates. And we've got rates going up by at least 3 to 5% every year, and sometimes more. And we're told in the information that everyone's rates are going to go up by $1 a week to pay for this spot of proposal. Now, that might not be a lot to you, but for someone on superannuation, $5 a month is, an extra loaf of bread and some margarine. So I very much am against this proposal. One of the reasons I'm against the proposal is that it hasn't been dealt with in an acceptable manner. The council seems to have just jumped into a focus with Greytown and their recreational facilities and activities. When I've seen councils in action before, what's happened is that officers report to the CEO and say, hey, look, we seem to be having a few gaps here in what our population's need is and what recreational facilities we've got. CEO then says, right, well, I'll commission an area-wide support. We've got 3 towns in our council, looked after by our council. We'll look at the facilities for all the 3 councils. And when we've got the report, we'll look at how much we've got to spend, and then we'll make sure that each of the 3 towns are dealt with fairly. And that's what's called policy-led spending. We don't just jump into bed with one group or another and then decide, oh, well, we're going to have to go ahead with this proposal. When councils are asked to represent a district, it's on the basis that you're going to deal with things fairly. and not be partisan to suggestions from individual groups or organisations. Councillors should be listening to what the CEO says and about where the need lies in the area. Yes, you can bring matters to the attention of the CEO, but you don't make decisions about, you know, which part of the district you are going to favour most. Well, that's not been my experience until I came to South Wairarapa. And I really hoped I wouldn't have to be here again. I thought I'd put the Featherstone Ratepayers Association to bed a long time ago when we had you as new councillors. But it seems that these arrangements between councillors and the Land Trust are still continuing. And it seems to me that, you know, there's an element of, well, we want to save the rugby club, we want to save the bowls club. Well, no one, including the ratepayers, wants to see those 100-year-old institutions go by the wayside. But there are other ways of dealing with this, and these matters have not been dealt with in the report of the 22nd of April. Now, I can see that the decision made by Greytown Lands Trust back in February to withdraw this rent discount put you all in a flat spin, and you thought, yes, we're going to have to get this in the annual plan process and save these clubs from losing their sports ground. But it seems to me that there hasn't been any, well, there hasn't been time. There hasn't been time for a full exploration of the different ways in which these sports clubs could be saved. To my mind, it's not South Wairarapa District Council's job anyway, but certain assistance could be given. But it's certainly not the ratepayers' job to be paying to bail them out of a situation that's arisen between the clubs and their landlord. Now, you can ask me questions later about other ways of doing it, but I think the focus at the moment needs to be on keeping rates low, not being put into a panic situation where you are looking to save sports clubs. They are going nowhere. I cannot see any court in this land supporting Greytown Lands Trust throwing them out of their long-standing sports grounds. Now, as for the proposal for the $1 million to supplement the Currenu College proposal, well, quite honestly, there are so many grants available. They've already got some funding from the Ministry for Education. It's so easy then to go to the Lotteries Fund or one of the many other grant organisations to find the sums of money that they need for their for the extra facilities that they're looking for. Now, so the council should only, when every other opportunity has been explored through the, raising grant money, it should only be then that the council steps in. Because if the council steps in now and says, right, we're going to cough up this $1 million, then the Currenu College cannot meet the terms and conditions of any grant which says we have not already had promises of funding in respect of this, this proposal. Now, I tried to find you a copy of the grant application forms, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to do that because there's extensive logins and all sorts of hoops to jump through these days. But I can assure you we're now fundraising on behalf of other organisations. there are lots and lots of funding options available out there. So I think if the pressure was off the council and you felt that you didn't have to save this sports hub proposal, then you might be more inclined to look more to the ratepayer, which you should be doing in any event. Look even to Mayor Beijing's comments in the introduction to the submission document, where he says we must keep rates low, we must keep rates low, and then wow, we've got a proposal that's going to cost us $3 million, and we're going to have to raise the money and pay interest. So there we go. I'm sorry, I've been rambling a little bit, but I'll draw your attention to a little article in the newspaper this morning. And it talks about Federated Farmers publishing an annual comparison of council rate rises with the Consumer Price Index. I'll refer you to that first paragraph that I've underlined about rising of rates compared to other commodities.
Thank you, Sue.
Well, I have agreed to come 5 minutes early. You're still running early, I believe.
In the interests of parity with all other senators, we can do 10 minutes.
Well, that seems to me that you're not really interested in what I have to say. You have the extra time available. You could have got
Apart from that, interests of parity with other senators, we must work with 10 minutes. But thank you very much.
Well, I'm sure people will make their own assessments of your basis for doing that. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Sue. We now have a submission from David Brennan. Is David here to speak to the submission? In which case we have Richie Ward's due at 11:55. Is Richie here? No? In which case we will adjourn for 10 minutes and reconvene at 11:52. Time for Mr. Woods. Thank you. Welcome, Councillor. Yes. Let's see. Right, we now have, we'll just double back on whether David Billings arrived. So we'll now move on to Richie Ward's here. That means we're well truly ahead of schedule again. David Montgomery, if you'd like to know, you're running to this interview. This is submission number 690. Sorry, 748.
Oh, you are here, David.
I am here, yes. Your Worship, I'd like to start with an apology. When I retired from council, I made a promise to Councillor over here, Councillor Gibson, that I'd come back and make a submission on the end. I'm sorry it's taken 4 years. But we're here, and you might be thinking, well, David, you're clearly biased. You're an ex-Greyhound councillor and an ex-trustee's trustee. But I'm allowed to be. Whereas councillors have this morning, of course, affirmed that you'll act in the best interests of the entire district. So we'll get to that in a minute. But starting with a few facts, Greyhound has been growing at an amazing pace. And I'll just list a few of the developments. Talalua Junction, 55 sections, the whole hospital car park, 5 sections, another 4 sections on East Street, Garrity and Printable Lanes, 25 sections, Houston Main, 9 sections, Orchard Road Extension and Tote Drive, another 40 sections, James Kidd Place, 17, Kirk's Fitting News, 12, Kempton Street, there's another 5, the Stonebrook and Westwood development, there's another 60. So just in that list alone, there's 232 new residential sections in Greyhound, and that's only over the last couple of years. there's still room for growth. There's another 3 hectares of land on East Street that's part of Kawanunu's treaty settlement. So that could be another potential residential development as well. All of those sections are paying the UHGC rates, and of course that's adding to the council revenue. Council facilities need to grow accordingly. There's growing pressure on the trust to fund more and more things, and just a couple of the things that they've funded over the last few years include 300,000 to cobblestones for their facility, and also funding for the rail trail feasibility study. So that links to obviously one of your other priorities for this year. Greytown, as you've been hearing this morning, has an outstanding level of participation and support, and I think that's really encouraging for the entire district. But of course, Sport New Zealand's data shows that a drop-off in youth participation is related to the need to travel to participate in practice. The proposal in the annual plan document is very informative, clearly sets out the reasons for the proposal, the timing of it, and the impact on rates. Loan funding is the most appropriate way to deal with this proposal. It means a minimal contribution to the rates increase and spread the cost fairly across generations. Currently needs a new gym, and this benefits the entire district. Students at Kurunui come from across the South Wairarapa. At the moment, the Trust owns land which is uniquely suitable in Greytown for the provision of green space. I want to address some possible rumours that might be presented that somehow the land is not owned by the Trust, that it's already held by the council. Trust holds the title for that land, and it is leased to the Rugby Club and the Bowls Club. So essentially, the Greytown community, through the Trust, has been subsidising the provision of facilities that in other towns are provided by the council. The Trust is governed by the Trust Act of 1979 and by the general trustee duties set out in the Trustee Act and general principles of trustee. They have a duty to act prudently and in the best interests of their beneficiaries. Beneficiary of the Trust, of course, are the current and future residents of Greytown. Trustees do not have the power to gift the land, and when the Trust sells land, it reinvests the proceeds of sale in assets that enable it to return funds to the community through grants. I've noticed one suggestion that the council should rezone the land that's owned by the Trust in order to be able to purchase it at a lower rate. In my submission, that would be an inappropriate use of a regulatory power, possibly unlawful and definitely unreasonable. This proposal is a win-win-win. The district wins because Kurunui gets the gym it needs. The council obtains land that it needs to provide. Kurunui wins. It gets a suitable facility. Greytown wins because sports facilities are protected and improved and meet the needs of the growing community. And the Trust is able to reinvest the proceeds in other assets and contribute that return as grants to the community. A question?
Yes, thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Maynard.
Kia ora, Dave. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm just wondering, and you know, you've obviously in the past had to wear a different hat by being on council as well as being with Greytown Trustlands Trust. Tell me, with COVID and with our understanding of the fact that you know, a lot of our ratepayers and the beneficial people who have children and you know, where we see that this will be a really positive thing, but what's your thoughts on the fact of this large amount of money that council's being asked to spend right at this time when we're coming up to this annual plan after COVID-19?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think the funding proposal that you set out shows that you're spreading that cost across generations by taking out a 25-year loan. Of course, the interest costs at this time are low, and so it's actually a good time for the council to borrow. I think the other thing that perhaps relates to the COVID situation is that it's highlighted the importance of there being public outdoor space, because during the lockdown period, people have needed that space to be able to get out and exercise. So rather than COVID being a reason not to do this, I would see it as just another reason that supports the council acquiring land that it needs to be able to meet the needs of the community.
And how does Greytown Lands Trust feel about that on the same aspect? Because at the moment they have those facilities because it's being provided by Greytown to Greytown community.
So I'm not talking on behalf of the trust, I'm not a trustee anymore, but I think the important thing there is that the trust has an asset that's returning very little to it. It's providing it to the community. If the trust was able to sell that land to the council and reinvest the proceeds of that, then they'd be able to provide the return from those assets as grants to the community. So it's not necessary that the trust is providing any less to the community. There's actually potential to provide more.
Thank you. Councillor.
Kia ora, David. So do you see the community as Greytown, or do you see the community as South Wairarapa?
So I'm looking at this from a Greytown perspective. So of course it's the whole South Wairarapa, because when Kurnui gets that new gym and an additional facility, that's good for the students who come from Featherston, Martinborough, the surrounding districts. So there's a benefit to everybody across the district from doing it. But of course, if the council wasn't able to obtain this land, then we'd have to purchase other land at some point. And the only way that it could do that is perhaps by purchasing a piece of future development area, which is going to have a higher valuation because of its location. So this land is uniquely suited to the council providing that outdoor space that so desperately needs.
Councillor.
David, you've called in your written submission the council a willing purchaser. What do you base that statement on?
Oh, so I'm talking there from a kind of valuation perspective. The council's not somewhat. Council needs to be able to purchase this land because of the growth in Greytown. So at some point, the council is going to need to provide more facilities to balance that. And so that's where I look at the council as being willing but not anxious to purchase the valuation too.
But all of that is yet to be decided.
Councillors, do we have any other questions or clarification? Thank you very much.
Perhaps just one suggestion on water, that when you're considering district plan, you might consider a permeable surface rule, because that would be one way to prevent further runoff, which is heavy talk about later.
Just running back, it's David Billings or Richie Wards here. And Kevin Murphy, has he arrived yet?
Oh no, Kevin just put his name down on behalf of us trustees.
Would you like me to? This is submission 953, submission on behalf of the Greytown Trust.
So we're the Greytown District President's Trustees. People's my name. I'm not going to introduce everyone. We probably won't have time, but our names are on the bottom of documents that we'll hand you out later on. We tend to introduce ourselves a little bit more formally. Firstly, all Greytown District Trustees trustees would like to acknowledge and empathise with the councillors around the current situation that you're in. We think the Mayor summed it up well in the annual planning consultation document when he said, for many years, there's been an underinvestment in the district's essential infrastructure in the interest of keeping rates low. Trustees have been in a similar situation. We've historically maintained a large community dividend to the detriment of renewing and growing our investment portfolio on behalf of the Greytown community. We acknowledge the impact that COVID-19 has had and will continue to have on the council and on ratepayers. So far, the impact of COVID-19 has cost our trust $62,000 in lost rental income, and therefore $62,000 in lost community dividends this financial year. The council and our trust share a common bond. We're both intergenerational entities, and we have to make decisions for the long term. Sometimes those decisions are hard ones to make. In the last 3 years, our trustees have had to reduce the amount of grants given to our Greytown community by 50% in order to build some long-term financial resilience into our organisation. From our viewpoint, and on the little handout I've given you, there are 3 tests that this proposal must meet. The first is the council's mandate. The 2018 to 28 long-term plan confirmed that the Local Government Act of 2002 provides it statutory authority for council to own and manage properties. It empowers the council to provide the management, planning, administration, maintenance and of outdoor sports and recreation areas, children's playgrounds, parks, reserves and open spaces. This proposal will enable the council to have ownership and control of all sports and recreation facilities in Greytown. It also aligns with the Local Government Community Wellbeing Amendment Act of 2019, but also with how other South Warwick towns are set up. From the submissions you've received, it seems like the proposal will certainly be fulfilling that mandate. There are countless clubs, schools, students, parents and members of the wider community crying out for new and better facilities. The second is to provide the rugby and the bowls clubs with security for the future. And the third is to enable the trust to maintain its income and share its grants fairly across our entire community. The trust owns the land and rents it to the Rugby and Bowls Club. The trust's name's on the title. Page 2 and 3 shows a copy of the title. You can see our name on it. For many years, it gave both clubs a 90% subsidy on the rent bill. And as the region has grown and the value of the land underneath the clubs has gradually been increasing, and with it the rents and therefore the subsidy, we've got to a situation today that if the trust keeps paying the 90% rent subsidies, the 2 clubs could end up getting nearly half of the total pool of around $200,000 of our grants per year. By comparison, there's 16 other sports clubs in Greytown, and they currently share a total of only $20,000 a year between them. Equally, the 2 clubs can't pay those rent levels without the subsidy from the trust. So if the trust sells the land to the council, the difficult financial position of the 2 clubs is resolved, and the unequal treatment between the 2 clubs and the rest of Greytown is removed. This proposal also enables the trust to reinvest in income-generating assets for the ultimate benefit of the whole community. The Rugby and Bowls clubs would not have to pay rent, and they would also be able to apply for grants from us. Kuranui College is another example of an organisation that we have consistently supported. This year, we provided nearly $35,000 to the college, and in fact that benefits the whole district. You probably already know, 8% of students are from Martinborough, 30% of the students are from Featherston, 32% of the students are from Cardigan, and only 22% of the students at the college are from Greytown. So this proposal meets those 2 remaining tests that you can see on your sheet. Now we could remain the owner of the bowls and the rugby club, and the council could lease the land instead. But this option would be significantly more expensive for ratepayers in the long term. And while the timing of this proposal isn't perfect, delaying it or declining it has real ramifications. As we've made clear over the last 6 months, we could delay the payment for up to 12 months, but we will not be discounting the price any further. Trustees acknowledge that delaying settlement would mean that we won't have the funds to immediately invest, and that will even have an impact on the grants that we will have available to give to the Greytown community this financial year. It's something that we're prepared to give away. Declining it would mean that the trust would have no other choice but to look at other options for the land. We have a fiduciary duty to the whole community, not just specific clubs. If the residentially zoned land occupied by the bowls and rugby clubs was developed, the trust could net, after all subdivision costs, development costs, reserve contributions, agents' fees, interest on bank loans over a 3-year term, we could net in our hands just over $5 million. This could be invested to create income and community dividends for future generations, but we don't want to go there. We've also talked to enough real estate agents and have had enough unsolicited phone calls from developers telling us that we could easily bank a cheque $3.1 million tomorrow without lifting a finger. But we don't want to go there either. What we do want to do is compromise. Trustees believe that the discounted price of $2.7 million strikes the correct balance between getting a reasonable return for the trust and acknowledging the value that this land could provide to the entire Greytown community if utilised in a better manner. Finally, I need to address some common misconceptions. The first is that the community already owns the land. Well, in fact, it doesn't. The trust does, and you can see our name on the title that you've got there. The trust's name is on those title deeds. The trustees do not have the right to give away any of that trust land for free, especially this land. It makes up 20% of our total assets. The second is the perception that the trust is rich, which also suggests that we can afford to give it away. Yes, the trust has $15.3 million worth of assets, and apart from the net rate of return that we get from the rugby and bowls and cobblestones land, which is almost zero, the rest of our property gives us an average rate of return of just over 7% a year. Now, the bulk of that income is earmarked for maintaining the trust's properties and growing the portfolio, without which there's no money for grants. And yet, $2.3 million of that 15.3 is currently cash sitting in a bank. It's as a result of selling some land and property and will be reinvested soon on behalf of our community. The third is that we could charge a nominal rent to the two clubs. Again, the trust has no option but to charge commercial rents on all the properties it owns. If it doesn't, the trust doesn't have the income to maintain the portfolio and we won't have the grants to give out. So to close, I'd like to reiterate that trustees want a solution that meets those three tests. One that works for the council, one that works for the two clubs, and one that works for the whole community who are the beneficiaries of our trust. We cannot continue with the status quo. As the Mayor has said, COVID-19 has changed our world in many ways, but the projects identified as critical are still critical. To not move forward now with the improvements we know we need would result in a further decline and further issues in the future. Now, I've got a whole lot of frequently asked questions. I've simply realised we've only got a minute or two left. We're going to hand them out, but here to take questions.
Thank you, sir. We've got a question here, but if I may ask one first. Does the trust have a plan to assist the two clubs if this council does not approve in the annual plan to enter into discussions regarding?
There is no plan B as such. There is nothing else on the table at the moment. No. Doesn't mean to say that we're not open and willing to talk and work them through the best that we can. But at the minute, there is nothing that I can give a clear response on.
That's it.
Could we have a copy of your speech?
Oh yeah, that's in the back.
It's in the back?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
Thanks, sir.
I see you, but unfortunately we've run out of time, so Councillor Fox.
Very briefly, are you required as part of the trust, if you sell the land, to purchase land that's still held within the Greytown kind of domain?
No, we're not required. We do have to put it family silverware back into family silverware, but it doesn't have to be in the Greytown region. No. A lot of our assets are out of town, and the yield comes back to.
Got to diversify.
Unfortunately, our time is up, and as much as we would like to have some more questions. Thank you very much for your submission, Trust Board. I just check front back. Do we have Richie Wards here? Or David? I don't think I saw the email. In which case, we will now adjourn for lunch and we will be back at 1 p.m.
for the final 3 submissions of the text. Thank you very much.
From Councillor West to return, so if you're thinking the meeting. We now have submission number 959, the Reds and Sports Hub petition. Please spoken to by Bruce Ivan Gale.
Sorry, it's Your Worship. It's being presented by myself and Gale Reps.
Okay, fantastic. So it's been presented by John Hayes and Gale.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon, to give you the views of more than 386 South Wairarapa residents on the proposal that the council has put to ratepayers that they should purchase the Greytown football ground for an amount of up to $2.7 million. Our submission today asks the council to refuse to make this purchase for several reasons. The issues are complicated. The issues are complicated, and they have likely implications also for the bowling club land and for cobblestones, which are, like the rugby ground, being threatened by Sid Kempton and his trustees for either paying market-based rents on the value of the land for its sections, or they're threatening to sell the land. This clearly spooked Your Worship and the 3 Greytown councillors. After meetings with the executives of both the bowling clubs and the rugby club, it has become clear that the direct involvement of the 4 councillors has been to create an expectation that ratepayers will pay for the land, which in fact they've owned for 150 years, despite the assertion of Mr. Kempton earlier before you today. Gail Rapson will take you through the reasons the site cannot be sold, because they are set out in various acts of our parliament since 1901, in fact since 1871, 1901 and particularly 1956. They're the key acts that you must refer back to. No doubt the council will wish to seek an independent legal view, for example from a Greytown property law specialist, someone like John Greenwood. Gail signed the petition, was a commercial property manager with a portfolio of $1.5 billion of commercial property, and while not a lawyer, has extensive legal background. Before I conclude my section of the submission, I'd like to draw council attention that a well-funded campaign was run in Greytown by the Greytown Sport and Leisure Society. My understanding is the council provides an annual grant to that society of $20,000, and the Greytown Trustlands Trust provides an additional grant of $45,000 annually. On this occasion, the trust provided an extra $20,000 to run the campaign, the advertising campaign, which paid for newspaper advertising, glossy pamphlets in our letterboxes, signs in every rugby club, bowling club, because I've seen them, and signs, for example, opposite the Challenge service station, and for newspaper advertising, and for advertising in the Greytown Grapevine. Why would it do that? Because clearly it is trying to encourage the community, to encourage you to agree to buy the land back, because they get a windfall gain of $2.7 million, or up to $2.7 million. If you don't think that that is morally wrong, if you don't think that the people on this trust don't know what they're doing, because they set out in their documents, one is a banker, one is a director of a company, one is a member of the Institute of Directors, This matter needs to be independently audited by the Auditor General and by the Solicitor General, someone independent of our community, because what is going on here is a very bad odour.
I will refer to the South Wairarapa District Council as the council and the Greytown District Trust, Lands Trust as the trust. The trust purpose is set out in a Parliamentary Act 150 years ago and is primarily to assist education, including libraries, physical welfare, other cultural purposes, maintaining and promoting the district well-being. In 1901, it is registered on the title that the public reserve land be transferred to the borough of Greytown. I'll have a map here that states, an old map that states that land is actually reserved land. In the 1956 Act, it provides for this to happen also. It should have been passed to the Greytown Borough or a successor, the council. Instead, the land was transferred to the trust with a notation regarding the equities. Clause 15 of the Act vests the land subject to all encumbrances, contracts and equities. Equities are about the concept of fairness. There's also a perpetually renewable lease on the rugby grounds. Perpetually renewable. That means you can't sell that land for sections. There are too many encumbrances on it. You can't sell it with, it's a reserve. If it's transferred to anybody, it would be transferred subject to those encumbrances. It would not be allowed to be housing or sections. It's just not legal. The Greytown citizens are the beneficiaries of this trust, and the trust exists for their benefit. The trust exists for the benefit of the citizens. The trustees of the trust appear to be operating in contravention of the Act that set them up. To suggest that if the council didn't buy the land, it would be sold as sections is extraordinary. The Trust Annual Report does not break down the expenses, but it appears that the expenses are the management fees that they claim. And if that is in fact the case, the fee would be 45 to 50% of the income. I've never heard of that before, ever. Management fees are about 6% of the total value of the portfolio, and the income of the portfolio is about $1,050,000. If a 6% management fee was claimed, it would give you about $400,000 more to spend on the beneficiaries. The council needs courage to address this complex issue, a justice issue about what is fair to our citizens and ratepayers of Greytown, and needs wisdom that the council members have been elected to resolve. It may take the mayor or another councillor and the chair of the trust and an independent person, that's John Greenwood, as I mentioned, to sit down around the table and resolve this issue. But we, like you, want the right outcome to keep the green space and would be prepared to help you in this endeavour.
Thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions on behalf of
So that's one question. Thank you very much for that. You talked about a perpetual renewable lease on the rugby ground. What happens if the rugby club vacates that ground to that lease?
Well, I can answer it. If after 21 years they don't renew it, then it wouldn't be perpetual.
So they're incumbent on selling that property, it disappears?
No, it's incumbent on them not renewing the lease. They renew it every 21 years, which is their right.
I think of one question, you were saying that if the rugby club were to default on the rent because the trust had put the rent up too high and the rugby club couldn't pay, yes, they could lose the lease. But here's the law. There is established case law, if you want to go down that road, that says that if I am leasing land from you, I get into financial trouble, I can go to Jeppy and say, Jeppy, will you guarantee, I want to assign this lease to you and you guarantee my payments. What could happen is the lease could be assigned to the council when the trust says, hey, we want to jack the rent up. The council then goes and gets an independent valuation as a reserve, and you would have a sensible situation resumed. The trust can't stop that process.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking at.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes is up, but thank you very much for this. Sorry, Councillor Maynard.
Sorry, John, can we have a copy of those maps?
No, it's been recorded.
Sorry?
I said it's been recorded.
The map?
Oh, yeah.
The submission is John Hayes, submission number 96.
Thank you very much, Anne. And thank you all for the opportunity to make an oral submission to you today as part of your annual plan consultation. We are collectively involved in this process because council, or perhaps the town clerk, has proposed a budget well in excess of that in the long-term plan. I introduced the town clerk at this point because it is clear from council minutes that councillors received the documentation only 2 days before the material was required to be released to the public. None of you councillors would have had time to read it and or read it properly, and I'm surprised that the town clerk was not present at the meetings yesterday to listen to various submitters on this point. The recommendation, as you know, is that when you go to page 14 of the background documents, and you've got a balance sheet on that page which sets out this last year's expenditure and this year's expenditure, the difference is 18%. And I tackled you on this to begin with, Your Worship, because you said in the newspaper it would be 2.54%. That is simply not true. You cannot cover an 18% increase in operational expenditure on the basis of a 2.54 rate rise. So what in fact you're planning to do is to borrow money, which Graham Evans pointed out to you yesterday was going to cost substantially more, even if interest rates were low. It seems to me, Mr. Mayor, that neither you nor your councillors have ensured that the town clerk has his feet on the ground. This appears to me to be, and I say that as a long-serving bureaucrat, to be a naked bid by him, which you have collectively allowed. Not a good idea, because ultimately the buck stops with each of you when you are held accountable at the next election. I have a problem. Each of you is being paid by taxpayers to read the papers, to think about what you're doing, and it's regrettable that none of you are doing the job we are paying you to do. None of these crises existed, which are only blandly talked about in your documents. None of them existed before, I mentioned in the town clerk's report to you before you came in as the incoming councillors. Not one of them back at election time. None of your individual pre-election statements, which I've taken the trouble to read, ever suggested any of you were coming in here to give an 18% rate rise to this community, or that there were crises to address. It's absolute nonsense. I'd like each of you to reflect that you are elected by everybody, the whole community, not the rich, not the poor, but the whole community. And each of you has an obligation to our community, the whole community, to do the right thing by them. And kicking them, as you plan to do, is not that. For 9 years, I was a member of Parliament for the Wairarapa. My most salutary lesson in that 9 years was that there are a huge number of residents in our community who exist on benefits, only benefits. When you put an 18% or a 13% rate rise in front of them, they have no capacity to increase their income. You're shafting them. And I can take you to houses where people are in this situation and you see the houses deteriorating around them. They can't even afford to look after them while you're creaming off these sort of rate rises. This issue is now exacerbated by the virus and its economic consequences, including rapid increases in business failures, unemployment. Look at stuff every morning, read the newspaper. Why is an effective increase in operational expenditure? Why is it that an effective increase in operational expenditure is unreasonable, excessive and unbudgeted in the long-term plan? Not mentioned. Our community wants the council to limit rate rises to a maximum of 2% for each of the next 3 years. Councillors, you must exert control on your town clerk. He's leading you by the nose. You must ensure proposals are properly considered and properly costed, and that you have time to read and consider them, and that they make common sense. That is your job on behalf of all of us on this side of the room and all the people outside. The Mayor has dressed up your proposals, no doubt in a letter drafted by the town clerk, as a 2.54% increase. That is not true. Money will have to be borrowed to cover the shortfall, to cover the gap, and more will have to be borrowed next year, as Graham Evans pointed out to you yesterday. He's an actuary. Money has to come from somewhere to pay rates, whether it comes out of grocery money, as it will be for many beneficiaries, or where else is it going to come from? The level of rating increase proposed by the South Wairarapa District Council in its plan is completely and utterly unsustainable. All you need to do is to look at the level of percentage rate increases compared to people's own incomes and the rate of inflation in New Zealand. And it should be obvious that it's out of kilter. Can anybody please here hold up their hand and tell me amongst you councillors who is going to get an 18% rate increase in their income next year? No, none of you. So think about that in the context of what you're doing. Whether the breakdown occurs within 1 year, 5 years, or 20 years, what is clear as hell is that it's a house of cards that you're creating, and sooner or later, it's going to come toppling down because the rate increases you are proposing are simply not sustainable. The current raising system is too high and will force people out of their homes. It has to stop, and it has to stop now, and it's in your hands. The government is currently providing economic relief for businesses and households facing economic calamity. Most local councils are planning rate hikes at nil or very small, but not the South Wairarapa District Council. Rate hikes at this time of economic turmoil will increase financial stress for households and undermine the government's relief strategy. Households and businesses are cutting costs, and it is only fair that councils do the same. We must all cut our costs to fit the new economic reality. At a time of national belt tightening, the South Wairarapa District Council must cut its spending to moderate rate increases. Ratepayers are worried about their financial situation with household financial stress indicators at GFC levels based on the ANZ Consumer Survey. Petitioners demand that this council runs the ruler across all spending and every supposed critical project to test what should be provided for right now. But right now, simply pushing up rates at an excessive increase will hurt our local economy. I make the submission on behalf of more than 330 people who signed a petition who asked you to keep the rate rise for the next at 2% for the next 3 years. One point I'd like to add, unlike the Greytown Trustlands Trust, I paid for both petitions from my own money. I paid for the advertisement in the Greytown Grapevine from my own money. Nothing came from the public purse or was used in an inappropriate way as has happened by others. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Now move on to submission number 477 by Gary Houston. Gary here.
Excuse me, that's appalling. What is it? Today's only word, wasn't it? It was appalling at a meeting like this.
Gary.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, I'm making this verbal submission today in full support of the Greytown Sports Recreation Plan. Greytown has been asking council to help plan our recreation needs for over a decade now. You're a council that's really heard our voices, and for that we are grateful. As a community, we're so hopeful that you will use your wise minds to support this recreation proposal. As you're aware, we will not get this opportunity again. We've heard our Mayor speak clearly in the consultation Q&As about Greytown requiring more land to meet current recreational need and that of future generations. In the recent annual planning consultation process, 74% of submitters, or 652 people, agreed with the Mayor. This is an overwhelmingly positive response and clearly acknowledges that the proposal will be welcomed by our whole community. We've heard CEO Harry Wilson speak at Q&As about the need to have a balance of facilities across all communities, for all ages, for all groups, for all forms of recreation. That in Greytown we need to be thinking about the future generations and growth. He said we need to get ahead of the game as land prices escalate. We heard earlier about the foresight of our councillors 101 years ago to invest in Soldiers Memorial Park for the recreational needs of future generations, despite the impact of World War I. And with today's money, they proposed investing, the money they proposed investing must have seemed like a very large sum at the time. But as we look back now, those funds invested appear insignificant compared to the asset we now enjoy. Using Reserve Bank of New Zealand data, the $3.7 million our community is asking you to invest in the recreation plan would be worth only $55,000 back in 1970. So if we use that same long-term land and housing trend data from the Reserve Bank to calculate the net present value in 50 years' time, our $3.74 million investment today would be worth $248 million in 2070. If you confirm the proposal, our future community, I suspect, will look back very favourably on the decision that you make based on those figures. I would like now to move to recreation and its crucial role within wellbeing. As a clinical psychologist, I know how vital it is for supporting the mental wellbeing of all ages, recreation. And never more so given the challenge of COVID-19. Councils are at the heart of supporting the wellbeing of our communities. The Local Government Community Wellbeing Amendment Act of 2019 identifies wellbeing in our community as a clear responsibility for councils, and we want to look after our community. In the early 1980s, Sir Mason Jury developed a now well-recognised wellbeing model. called Te Whare Takawha, or literally translated, the four-sided house. There is a side for tinana, physical well-being, whānau, family and social well-being, wairua, spiritual well-being, and inara, mental well-being. This model is now used by many councils and organisations around New Zealand to guide their wellbeing decision-making. More recently, Sir Mason was a board member for the Government Inquiry into Mental Health and Addiction. This inquiry reaffirmed recreation, community activities and social interactions that come with it as key protective factors against mental ill health and self-harm and suicidal behaviour. This fact has been recognised by the World Health Organisation, numerous studies, meta-analysis and health ministries worldwide. Any one of us can be affected by mental ill health. The inquiry found that 50% of New Zealanders will experience mental distress or addiction challenges or both in their lifetime. Now, we have approximately 10 people around this table. I'm just going to ask now, could I please ask 4 councillors here to just stand for a second? And one of you. You represent the 50% of New Zealanders who will experience mental ill health across their lifetime. If I could ask 2 of you to please sit down here, and Mr. Jameson, please sit down as well. Great. The 2 of you remaining, or who would have been remaining, represent the 20% of New Zealanders who currently have a mental health disorder in New Zealand. Thank you very much. There is clear scientific evidence base that supports the efficacy of recreational activity to help prevent and treat mental health concerns. In my own clinical experience working in community mental health services, every person who left our service with a relapse prevention plan had recreation as part of that plan. And during a recession is exactly when our community needs access to essential services. In particular, those people who are most financially vulnerable will need access to low-cost facilities. For instance, those on fixed incomes, those on low wages, those on benefits, those on superannuation. This is a fundamental part of what councils do for communities, ensuring that no matter their financial situation, people have recreation facilities to support their mental well-being. These facilities are not a luxury, they are not a nice to have. They are a fundamental need, a core service. I dislike intensely putting the dollar amount on people's lives, but it's clear that the council is rightly thinking about the fiscal aspect of Greytown Recreation's plans. Consider these facts. The Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists and the Mental Health Inquiry found that in addition to human costs, the annual cost of the burden of serious mental illness in New Zealand is $12 billion, or 5% of GDP. That cost is equal to $2,400 for every person, not adult, every person. Lynn Provost, the Controller and Auditor General in 2016, found that the cost of suicide in New Zealand was between $602,000 and $3.4 million per person in 2015. So if this human suffering is not enough to convince you, then consider the cost of the 685 lives lost to suicide last year. That's between $412 million and $2.3 billion each year that we all pay in our taxes. And Wairarapa has some of the highest suicide rates in New Zealand. According to our Auditor General, if we invest in our recreational facilities and help save just 6 lives, you will have saved your ratepayers, who are taxpayers, a minimum of $3.6 million, roughly equal to the proposed recreation investment in the annual plan. Now, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that these recreation facilities could play a role in preventing us losing at least 1 life per year. Over 101 years, the age of Soldiers Memorial Park, that would save our district, our whole district, our taxpayers, $602 million in today's money. More importantly, we can help reduce the terrible emotional toll that comes from losing our loved ones who are suffering with mental health. Given that recreation is a scientifically proven protective factor for reducing mental ill health and suicidal behaviour, my question to you, Mr Mayor, councillors, is can we afford not to invest in the Greytown Recreation Plan?
Thank you, Karen. Questions? Do we have any questions from councillors? Gary, today you're representing yourself as opposed to the Greyhound Sports Commission.
Correct.
You are involved with the Greyhound Sports Commission.
Correct.
I wonder if you could answer a question to me that's come up a couple of times.
So,
Was the assertion that the Greyhound Trust Trust donated $20,000 towards the campaign correct?
correct.
That is correct. Thank you. Councillor Stewart, any questions? Thank you very much, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
This concludes the hearings process, and we will now move to the deliberations process for the councillors, I'd like to take 5 minutes. Back in a 10-minute break, we'll reconvene at 1. Councillor Maynard, you're okay, you can hear us? Now we go to the deliberations after that meeting. So I'm going to go through some reminders because this is a continuation of an already open council meeting. So just a reminder that this meeting will be recorded and made available on the council's YouTube channel. And also a reminder about the emergency exits and the assembly ground in the playground area. A reminder that there are no conflicts of interest, and if this changed the deliberation period, please let me know now. Right. We're now considering report 4.1 of the annual plan report. Do we have a mover to receive the report? Councillor Hay, and second that they can Councillor Jepson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Motion is carried. So the report essentially refers us to the submissions received in the annual plan consultation document. The submissions analysis, which is included in Appendix 1.
Apologies. Alex, is the report available on Stella or?
Yes, indeed. 4.1 at the end of the names of all the submitters.
Right on, Stella. It's the last entry.
Just pause while Councillor Maynard's filling that up. You just let us know when you've got that up.
Okay. Apologies for that.
Have you got that now?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. So the report, I'll start again, essentially refers us to the submissions received in the annual plan consultation document, the submissions analysis, which is included in Appendix 1, the deliberations we must have on the annual plan proposals and budget, and that we need to make decisions and resolutions on these. We have 2 specific resolutions regarding Payne Farm and grant funding, which we will address first. So the recommendation 1 is that the council notes the council will allocate the 2021 budget for grant funding and annual budgets for the community boards and Māori Standing Committee when it approves the annual plan 2020-21 and associated budgets at its meeting of the 30th of June 2020. Mr. Wilson, would you like to comment on the grant funding and annual budgets?
So the
the motion is pretty self-explanatory. Just bear in mind that grant funding will be allocated to the community in accordance with the revised council policy approved at the council meeting the 3rd of June. So this is a routine to make sure that it's managed that way.
Councillors, if you have any questions, we'd like to ask at this time. Yes, Councillor Clinton.
It would be the funding. We actually decided on a dollar figure for that funding. Is that the same as last year, or is it to change the actual dollar funding?
Same as last year.
Councillor.
Three years. Is that amount documented in this report?
No.
Could we include it into here so we know exactly what it is that we're saying this to?
It's 2,001.
This is the policy.
So it's to be allocated on the 30th of June. We can specify that. Yeah.
Does that delay the voting on the resolution? No.
Wouldn't that figure for grant funding be determined once we know what else we're spending in this plan?
Any other questions, councillors? Okay. Do we have a mover to this resolution? Thank you very much. Councillor Vickery, seconder. Councillor Eames. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, the motion is carried. The second one is recommendation 3. The council considers the Martinborough Community Board's request to approve the release of up to $100,000 for repairs and maintenance on the Payne Farm estate in accordance with the Payne Farm income distribution policy. So the Community Board submission is number 923 in Appendix 2 of the report. So councillors, if you want to move to that, and if you haven't considered that yet. Mr Wilson, do you want to comment on the Martinborough Community Board's request?
So the key thing here is that this is made in line with the policy of the Payne Farm income distribution policy, but it does require any expenditure items above 35,000 to be subject to the annual planning process. So hence the request to come to this table.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions regarding that?
The question for me would be that is there ongoing money put aside to ensure that that Payne Farm is continually maintained and we don't get any more nasty surprises like this one?
Do you answer?
The simple answer is yes, and this is just so that the Payne Farm has receives income in its own right, goes to a special account, and we're through a variety of circumstances, we've made sure now that there is an adequate maintenance plan, which the community board is able to draw down from. It requires council approval. It has to recommendation to council.
So I think the additional money is making sure that the property is brought up to a sustainable standard, and then the ongoing maintenance plan will kick in.
In the fund, or is
There's certainly not going to be distributed to the fund. There's 100,000 community board is asking us to be provided.
And also please note that it is up to 100,000. It's not before. As a council, please.
Was there a request in there from the community board to have the invoicing of that expenditure verified by the community board?
I do not recall that. Sorry.
Yeah, it was mentioned, but I don't think it was carried to action. It was to say it's not really a matter for council.
That doesn't preclude the community board from asking for this service and making sure that oversight on it. And I might bring that up during the community board next week. So, do we have a mover then? If there's no other questions, to approve the release of up to $100,000 for repairs and maintenance on the Payne Farm estate in accordance with the Payne Farm income distribution policy. Moved by Councillor Maynard, seconded. Councillor Fox. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, motion is carried. So now recommendation 4, that the council considers submissions on the consultation document for the annual plan 2020-21 proposals and make resolutions with respect to the annual plan 2020-21 and associated budget as necessary. So I propose we order these deliberations and resolutions in the following way: that we start with 3 waters, waste minimalisation, then land transport, then community and recreation, council-owned amenity buildings and senior housing, swimming pools trial, then the Greytown Sports and Recreation Hub, then the building organisational capability, and then rates, affordability, fees and charges. Mr. Wilson, do you want to add any comments at this point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So
Right.
let's start.
Councillor Maynard.
Kia ora, everybody. I just wanted to bring up the fact that, you know, there were 957 submissions this year, and that I'd like to ensure that seeing this much engagement within our community is absolutely fantastic. However, it's over 600% to what we got last year, which was the most that had ever been received in the council, and that was for a long-term plan. And I mean the sheer volume of what we have been asked in the submissions, to be able to make informed decisions, and to show that we're making decisions that we have actually taken the time, the same amount of time that, you know, our ratepayers have actually put into making these submissions. I just feel that trying to do this right now, I'm looking around the table and I'm asking honestly, has everyone read 957 submissions? Because for myself, I feel like I need a little bit more time to be able to make these kind of informed decisions that, you know, have been asked of me as an elected member. And I'm...
if I could, okay, yeah.
I'd actually like to support what Pip is saying, and it is an insurmountable amount of information, and we as councillors have to make decisions that will affect our district, our whole district. I don't think that it's fair that we go straight from hearing submissions straight into deliberations without being able to process the information that we've actually heard.
I take the point, I'm sure Harry will address this. My 2 comments on this would be that once possibly you hear the decisions we have to make today, and if required in future meetings, may condense your thinking, and also we do have optional days forward. But this plan must be passed by the 30th of June 2020, so we do not have unlimited time to make our decisions. So with that, before we have too many more comments, I'm going to pass on to Mr. Wilson at Town Park to talk to that, and he can address those issues from a legal perspective.
So in the annual plan consultation, there are a mix of things that you ask the community to do and provide feedback on. Your role is as governance. So your role is to decide what you want to include in the annual plan. It is not to design a response to every single question that was raised. We will be doing that, but that's not what you're being asked to do today. So you're being asked to make the governance decisions about what to include in the annual plan and what to include in as part of that, what you include in the annual plan that sets you up for your long-term plan. So actually the questions you consulted on that are in variance to the long-term plan are actually a very small number of questions. So you're not being asked this afternoon to go through every single submission, everything you've heard, and go through it line by line. You are being asked governance decisions, what to include in the annual plan and what money to allocate in the annual plan to do that work.
Yes.
Now, the key thing here is there have been numerous written submissions as well as oral submissions you've heard today. You must look at those on balance. So you need to take that context into your decision making. Your consultation is around making sure that in making your decisions, you're taking reference to the relevant information to that decision. So the consultation is not an application. It is not a popularity contest, and it's not a numbers game. So you must weigh the evidence that people have presented to you, the evidence. And often that's difficult because any views that people express are often coloured by tone, colour, language, emotion, which is fantastic. And so you've got to sit and as though you're in a judicial kind of role here, trying to weigh the evidence, make sure that you're considering relevant information to the decision before you, not regarding irrelevant information or speculative information. And then logically your decision should follow from your decision making on it. So I don't want to preempt a decision you will make, but for instance, and I'm going to use a hypothetical example. So in next year's long-term plan, say you wanted to make a decision around, and it's in the mandate, just trying to give an example, it's not on the table, around whether you wanted to do a recreation strategy, sports place, a recreation strategy for your community. So what would happen is that in this kind of process, you would have had an indication of the budget, that you would want to do that. You would have consulted about whether you want to include that. Your governance decision then, having heard all the feedback, will be, do we simply allocate money to make sure that a strategy for recreation is developed? What happens in the long-term plan is the implementation of that strategy that you have developed be included in the long-term plan. So I'm using a hypothetical example. So your decision is simply, and you have many of those on the table, which is to say, in order to do this piece of work in the long-term plan, do you want to develop a strategy or a plan around these things and consult and talk about? So the design, the elements that would be in that strategy would happen during an annual plan year, but you are allocating money for that process and engagement to occur about what people would like to see inside that plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Harry, I think we've just gone off the point a little bit. What I'm saying is that there were 954 submissions that came through. The people that have chosen to speak to theirs, that doesn't mean that that's what we've got right now in our heads. And what I'm saying is that all the people that chose to write instead, we still have to be able to take the time to still go through them and to actually be able to just process like the information that they've been given, that they have provided to us, to be able to make these informed decisions. And the amount that we got this time in is over 600% more than we've ever gotten before. So I'm saying, you know, this is a big deal. People are engaged at the moment, and we want to show them that we are actually taking that into account.
So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying in terms of the deliberations, what you as governors have to take into account is the action you are taking to decide on an annual plan and what investment in what areas you want to make inside an annual plan. That's the governance decisions you are trying to make.
Councillor Hay.
Thanks, Pat. Look, there is a lot taken, and I agree with Pip, and I wonder whether for me, the two most weighty issues is the Greytown Sports Hub and rates affordability. And I wonder whether we can split our deliberations into some of the things that are a little bit easier to agree on, potentially, and then set aside the second day next week for rates affordability in the Greytown Sports Hub. because it's not just the voices that we've heard today, it's also the written ones, the quieter ones. So there's a compromise.
It is not our intention to force people to make a decision in haste. So what we're going to do is we're going to deliberate, and if anyone is uncomfortable about making it or voting on a resolution, we'll park it. And there is another, we can spend extra time next week on an additional, and I'm going to suggest that we're probably going to do that, so that we're able to look at the evidence as a whole, and then look at the resolution that we might start to mock up and so we can take away and think on before we actually vote on. So, and I think, and I'm pretty sure most people were at the, when we had a discussion on this deliberation process on the facts of it, that it did condense down the resolutions we have as being very high level, as opposed to getting down into the actions, which might be an operational decision and then come back to another council committee meeting for additional review that is appropriate. So I think we are making some very high level decisions that we're able to use the data that has been received and compiled to make those decisions. So Councillor.
Okay. So once again, as a councillor, I find myself being rushed for a decision, making an immediate reaction, not being given the opportunity to weigh the evidence in a fair and balanced manner. I am very uncomfortable being here, being told straight after hearing deliberations that I am to help make these decisions. I still support what Pip says that we need time to assimilate the information.
Indeed we will. So what we're going to do today is we're going to discuss it, and no one is going to be forced to vote on a resolution that they feel they are not ready to do. All we must caution you on is that this annual plan we need to make some decisions on before the 30th of June. Right? So this deliberation has been time has been advertised and has been set aside by one. So we are going to use this afternoon to begin these deliberations, and we can extend the deliberations to answer your concerns. You know, either we will have to do a lot of reading and assimilation before the next meeting, or the meeting after that, if that's required. We'll call that.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's an issue with us starting to discuss these deliberations. Councillor Plummer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Harry, could you just explain me? I'm just not quite sure how this works, but we've heard lots of submissions, we've read lots of submissions about the potential rates rise as a percentage. When we do this deliberation, we're talking about the big 5 things in there. How, if we were to say, actually, we're not comfortable with a 15, 16, 17, whichever way you do your numbers, rates rise overall, how do we as councillors say, oh, okay, well, we want to keep a rates rise to 1.5% or 2% this year with no more borrowing than, say, 10% or whatever. How does that impact upon the decisions that we will make now? I presume that's a little bit along your question, but how does that?
So we have another workshop, which is, another council meeting, which is around the financial implications. And so obviously we take your guidance on what, because the fundamental question is how much do we want to allocate for what in the annual plan, and that's what you're being asked to deliberate on. So then we add all that up and present the changed financial figures for that at that next council meeting following deliberation.
So it's a 2-stage process.
Yeah, absolutely, because we're going to look right now. You're going to look at parts. We're going to add it up to actually work out what that means in total sense. And you have a council meeting.
Just to be clear from my mind, we make high-level recommendations at this meeting over as much as we can. It's costed out by officers, brought back to us, and then we work out whether the sums work, whether it meets our rates rise target. If not, what we trim, what we add, whatever. That's right. Okay.
And if we feel at the end of this meeting that we need another meeting, then we need to discuss when that might occur prior to sending the officers off to do those calculations.
The latest one scheduled for this evening.
There is and there is a 24th account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but however, the issue arises that if in this meeting we're not able to come to some directions for council officers to go away and cost, then we may need another meeting prior to that second meeting. Okay?
I mean, this is really just a prelim as to how we want or what we want the officers to go and give us more information on. It's not a matter of making a final decision.
We're not going to be passing
today. Absolutely not.
So you don't make a final decision until you pass the handbook.
Exactly. So we sketch up some preliminary resolutions.
So we are asking you to give us some guidance on how we take this, but from a governance perspective. Yeah. I mean, the trap is to fall on designing on the solution.
So a lot of the answers to the questions in the consultation document are actually information for the long-term plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Or the implementation of the annual plan that we put forward. So actually you don't need to consider every single comment within the consultation document because all you're looking at is the basic premise that we're going to follow through on. And the designing of it then may take into account those comments or they may go through to the long-term plan.
The disadvantage by not doing anything today is not giving the officers time to answer some of the questions we have because they all delay it down the track again. So we have to make a start.
But also just when it comes to some things are more complex than others.
Oh yes.
You know, and some are actually relative from a governance perspective are very simple decision.
So at this point, I'm going to give you a resolution that you can decide on. I would like to recommend a resolution that the annual plan 2020-21 submissions hearing and deliberations meeting today continue beyond the 6-hour time limit on meetings prescribed by the South Ryman District Council standing orders. So for us to extend past a norm, we actually need to have a resolution. So moved by Jeffy, seconded by Councillor Plymouth. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against?
Oh, question.
Sure.
What is is there a time limit as to how long meetings can go?
No, it's not, but we need to do this resolution to allow it to go past the 6 hours.
I just want clarification, like is the 10-hour mark the end of the meeting?
However, if you feel exhausted, then continue, please let us know. Yeah. So, seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, the motion is carried. So just get that little housekeeping out of the way. So would you like me to run over the order? And we can change this. This is only just a proposal that was sketched out. So we go through 3 waters, waste and urbanisation, land transport, community and recreation, swimming pools, trails, then the Greytown Sports Recreation Hub, then the building organisational capability, and then race affordability. Now at the end there, we put them that way because some rely on the results of the previous resolution. So,
Can I just have clarification by community recreation, do we mean the gym?
no, that is the Greytown Sports Recreation Hub.
By
So-
community recreation, what do we mean?
So you've got the housing, the pensioner housing.
Council maintained amenities, buildings.
Yeah, so it makes sense.
So if we're happy, we'll continue down that, but don't forget we can change this around. Okay, so we'll move straight on. 3 waters, so we proposed extra funding for the 3 waters, a review of the future of water races and stormwater hotspots. So we asked, do you agree that the water supply should be the council's main focus next year? We asked, do you think it's important for the council to develop a water conservation plan? And then we also asked, what do you think about proposed actions, reducing the water allowance per property, removing the water by lease write-off policy, offering subsidised water tanks at cost, requiring new builds to have their own water storage solutions, and installing smart meters to monitor water consumption and leaks. So, and then we also asked, do you have any other ideas? So now we have to decide whether or not to agree to the funding that is proposed, and whether the council should develop a water action plan. So, councillors, do we have any comments on this? Councillor Liz.
So with regards to the long-term plan, how does this annual plan differ, and what additional financial, what are the financial differences?
Yeah, so in terms of technically how it differs is since we joined up with Wellington Water, we asked them to do an audit of our water supplies and to tell us the results of that audit, which essentially has been reported to you that we're not compliant in any of our water supplies for drinking water. We've reported to you and asked for the additional funding of 500 million capital works to get across on the hotspot issues. In terms of 500,000, so the difference therefore is that the information from Wellington Water told us we need to do a whole lot more work on water supply. So in the long-term plan, we indicated there'd be another $5 million on top of what was allocated in the long-term plan. And that the types of works we would need to do, covered by that $5 million, would include the permanent installation of ultraviolet and filtration equipment at Greytown, commissioning a forecourt or Wahine water treatment station, completing the manganese reduction plant, upgrading Margaret's water treatment plant control systems, and so forth.
Could I just, one of the things that's become clear reading the submissions is the difference between operational funding and capital funding, and the confusion that is out there between those. And when you say that what you've just said, Gary, I think it's really important that we understand what is going to be capital and what is going to be operational. Because if you're saying to us that you're going to do this with an extra $5 million next year, is that operational or is that capital? And are we going to be paying that $5 million every year from then on? Or is it a one-off cost to bring our systems up to speed and then we're back down to normal operating levels? I think it's a fundamental question that we need to know.
Could we have that in paper? Because trying to get the figures and not have it in front of me.
Apologies, I'm actually struggling finding those numbers as well, and I'm working off that in the presentation document.
Could I sort of suggest perhaps that rather, and you said earlier that we're going to look at the money side further down, if we say yes to these things, we want staff to go away, and then if you come back to us with the dollar value in operating and the dollar value in capital, and what we're going to see going on, because until we have those figures, what are we making a decision?
Do you want to respond on, do you know the difference between what it's
the difference in the, so when you're saying the difference in the operational between the long-term plan and the annual plan, is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is the difference between capital expenditure and operating expenditure. What is your projections for operating expenditure going forward compared to capital? Because capital expenditure is a one-off which we can borrow for. Operating, we can't, does not make financial sense to borrow for operating, because then we have to borrow every year.
So,
the way I hear that is that each of these things that we're going to talk about are more resilience, each have a cost to them. But we don't have physically anything in front of us to say what those individual costs are going to be. And so if we agree to them, we then agree that you're going to come back and give us those figures. Wouldn't it be better to have those figures before we make our agreement?
Aren't we drilling down into the operational delivery of the water?
The questions about it. So what we have proposed is $5 million over and above what was in the LT.
That's right.
Your question is what, and Alice's question is what proportion of that is OPEX versus CapEx.
And if I could expand on that, and how much of those OPEXs are an ongoing OPEX?
Because that's the, if we think back to Graham Evans's presentation, which probably gave us all a bit of a shiver, we don't know what is capital and what is operating. And if what you're saying, $5 million is all operating, and we need to borrow for that means next year we're going to have to carry on borrowing because it's operating. It's in every year.
I understand the question. So, so my suggestion is we do come back with that information. Trina, do you have it?
I do know how much we're spending in CapEx on water, or what the plan is this year is 4.5 million, but some of that was already in the long-term plan. So in terms of additional, which is what I think you're looking for, is that right?
Yeah. What you were asking us to vote on.
Yeah, bear with for a second, and I'll just filter this by list, and I'll be able to let you know.
4.5 was in the LTP, did you say?
No, 4.5 is the total. In terms of additional requirements, well, one in addition to what was in the long-term plan. CapEx makes up 4.2 million. So out of the $5 million in the consultation document, which is over and above the long-term plan, $4.2 million of it is CapEx.
So that leaves 800,000 on OPEX.
Correct.
And is that, do we know that as a result of this CapEx, is it going to reduce our OPEX?
No. So that OPEX is majority of that will be ongoing. It's near operational budget.
So we have an additional $800,000 a year in OPEX as a result of the upgrades.
No, remember there were two things. One was, but remember we also, when we had the crisis situation, we brought forward a number of staffing positions to put into Wellington Water. We wanted Wellington Water to have the capability they need. So in part, this is the ongoing commitment to the company with extra resource.
So in essence, what we're saying is that there's an additional 800,000 per annum, which is unbudgeted for.
And
Yes.
planned for.
Yeah, unplanned for.
Yeah, is that covered in our 2% rate rise, or is that part of the borrowing?
No. Is it covered in the?
So the question is the operating spend covered in the amount that we project as the total cumulative rate?
Oh, yes,
absolutely.
13% or the 2%?
The 13, it's covered.
Well, it's quite fundamental
Yeah.
because if it's part of the 13%,
Which it
that
is.
means we are borrowing for it, and we are then borrowing every year for it. Unless it's covered in that 2.5% rate rise that we've got now, which is cold hard cash that we're getting from our rate rise, or is it covered from the money we're going to borrow? If we borrow it, we still have to fund it next year and then the year after because it's operating. And my point is, we need to cover operating out of cash that we get in the hand, not from our balance sheet. Balance sheet has to be used for CapEx because it goes on our balance sheet. Operating does not go on our balance sheet.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So that's my question.
Yeah, but you're assuming that we are planning a rates increase or rates approach that requires borrowing every year. That is not. We're looking. This is what we're doing. And probably Brad Evans' presentation was assumed. Yes. We were looking at a borrowing every year, and that is not the case. It's a one-off smooth.
Well, that doesn't equate if it's in a cost of operating. So that's the reason I'm asking this question, because if it's CapEx, it goes on our balance sheet, right? And we can borrow from that because it's an asset.
We don't always borrow for it. A lot of it we don't borrow for it. A lot of it will be used out of the.
Okay, well, it's still off our balance sheet. Operating is not an asset. And so what I want to know is all our operating costs going to be covered out of existing money that we currently get plus our rates rise of the 2.5% or whatever we find it, or is it are we going to need to borrow for some of that operating? I have no problem for borrowing for assets that will last us for a long, long time. This is a one-off cost.
So what we put out in the consultation document is that we have a cumulative need for rates income of X.
Yes, yeah.
And we said that what we will do, and that's a cumulative figure of that operating income, because we wanted to recognising COVID, that we would spread that, we would borrow to cover that operating income. Right, so that's the 1.5 million that we would borrow. And we would borrow that for 5 years. So there would be, in the first year, that was 2.54 if you averaged it out, and there would be a 1.5% increase with that. So you were correct with that, because that goes for the term that we decide to borrow that 1.5.
Yeah, the part that, well, I still can't get my head around this. If it's part of operating, are you telling me then next year we're going to be spending less on operating? Because otherwise we've got to keep borrowing, because once we spend it, we don't have it anymore.
No, I think I do understand what you're saying, but the difference is, so next year's rating base, the base that we start from in terms of the amount that we are required to collect from ratepayers to cover the 13% increase is our baseline, right? So that becomes our baseline. And we've reduced that this year by $1.5 million, right? Because we're going to top it up. This is a little bit confusing. And maybe, so next year our baseline is going to be $17 million, not 15.5. So that's how you cover your operational expenditure.
I need to see this in front of me.
If we're doing smoothing effect, which is what you're saying now, then we're going to be using some of our reserves, and our reserves are our cash money for running the council. So if we use our reserves to do that, we either have to borrow to replace it, which is saying we're going to borrow for operating expenses, or we run the reserves at a negative, and you can't do that. You physically can't do that. It's just, I'm not comfortable with doing any reserves.
No, so that's why I want to see the breakdown between what's going on our assets.
So good.
So we need to part.
Yeah, but I mean the principle, and we have gone over this, so remember what happened is you've got income which is on X, right? And so there's about a 13% increase in the income we need to do the work, right? And to meet the things that we asked the community where they wanted us to spend money on, right? What we said is because of COVID, that what we would do is borrow, use our our good strong equity position and the rate of borrowing at 2%, a very low rate of interest on that borrowing, to fund that amount of money, which this year, which would average it to 2.5%. That's the
understand.
Yeah,
no problems with that.
And that the impact of that in the next 3 years would be 1.5%.
No problems with that.
So that's and that's all OPEX, right? So there's no.
But it's not all OPEX, because we're going to be buying equipment.
Yeah, but that's good. So
that's CapEx, isn't it? We buy equipment to install it. That's a capital item.
Yes.
So it goes on the balance sheet, so it's not part.
So that if we buy something with CapEx, it's a depreciation that goes on the operating account, right? It's not the or interest on a loan that you've done to do that, which is the one part of the 1.5%. Right? So that's the picture. So that the thing that you do on the 24th is review all the decisions you've made around what you want to spend money on, and that alters that picture. And it could actually alter, if you bring it down, it will alter whether it's 2.5, etc., or whatever the number will be and what the averaging would be. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're asking about a cumulative effect. So if your question is for the three waters, what's the split in OPEX versus CAPEX? You have that. Your question now is what's the accumulation of that? I think.
Over the whole annual plan.
Yeah.
When we
So we need
15% rate rise, how much of that 15% is operating? How much of that is going to be on our balance sheet? Because that's one of the concerns that I've heard the last couple of days and read about. Because I don't think people have a problem with stuff that goes on our balance sheet.
Yeah.
I think what they're worried about is the continual increase of our operating costs from year by year.
Yeah.
That's the big issue here.
Yes.
We have a fantastic balance sheet and we can afford to borrow to pay for stuff that's an asset.
But sorry, Alistair, the point is we need your view on what you want to spend the money on, so we can add that up and tell you what that looks like. We can't just go away and take this bit and say extrapolate that out. So that's why we're asking your direction about where do you want to spend your money on and what degree of detail you need to make it.
So our problem right now is that if you want to do that and we want to talk money, let's just not talk money now. Let's just talk about go away and price this.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you bring money into it, so please.
I just wanted to say, I think the other thing as well to be really mindful of, guys, is that while borrowing this for this year, and it sounds like absolutely fantastic because we can keep the rates low, the reality is that if we're going to borrow a large amount, it has to be made up somewhere, which means that saying that it will only cost 1.5 next year increase on rates, if that meant that our rates increase next year was 6 or 7%, that makes it 8.5.
Yeah.
So just being really realistic about seeing what that looks like and just keeping that kind of in the back of our minds as well.
You've got to recall as well, we have discussed this and we did pick this option in response to COVID. That's right. And the concerns from the public regarding this year's rates increase. So this is not new territory for us. We have chosen this to put through to the public as an option.
As an option.
Yes.
And so that's all I just wanted to make sure that people are still aware of it, because if we then are looking at borrowing to go towards different things now, and I'm just being very mindful of the situation that a lot of people, our ratepayers, are in at the moment, and slowly more and more being made redundant. So.
And there you go. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Councillor Gibson.
I'm just trying to answer my own question here, but Katrina, given that we have to fund our own depreciation, that amount goes on our balance sheet, doesn't it?
The depreciation.
Yeah.
The difference between what we fund and what we don't.
So if the depreciation of an asset goes against our operating.
That's right, but we've got to fund it, don't we? We've got to put that depreciation amount into a fund.
Yes, we do have depreciation reserves.
Yes.
Yes. Which is on the balance sheet. Yes, it is on the balance sheet.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get it clear.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of our highest reserves that we've
That's
got.
right.
And we use it generally not for new assets, but generally for replacement or upgrading.
Yeah, just adding to Alistair's question, is there a part of that OPEX come out of that?
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
So we won't be able to answer Alice's question until you give us guidance about what you want to spend your money on. Then you can see what the cumulative impact of that is.
So we've got,
So I just want to make an observation with Graham Evans's presentation yesterday, that from my reading of it, he was looking purely through the lens of OPEX or CAPEX. So I've actually asked Katrina to just work through that with me tomorrow.
That's the basis of which
I think it's important, he's depreciation.
So I must caution you about Brandon's presentation, because he was working on the premise that we were going to borrow the same amount year on year for 5 years, and that was not the case. Yeah, so the whole argument sort of failed after year one.
So the key governance decision you need to give us guidance on, first of all, this is the three waters, your first from the community feedback. Is that the thing that you see as the most important indication of this? That's the first government's question. The second is, and we're going to talk, is do you want to invest in the three waters? Do you want to invest in water supply, wastewater, and stormwater hotspots? Then the next question is how much?
Yeah.
And what for? Okay, so the two key government decisions you have to make is this the most important thing for you? And the second is, do you want to invest in those three areas? And we've got to come back with you to confirm how much you need to invest. And the indication we've given, and so that's, you know, in principle, we're saying that's going to look at about $5 million over the current LTP. So that's the indication. We can come back with firmer figures. But what we're asking to is those questions. So, because I'm just making a major assumption here that you're not going to say don't invest or supply stormwater or wastewater. Is that so? So
it's fine. So we can then actually ask that question around the table, guys. Do we think that the water supply should be the council's main focus in the next year, which is our first question? Yep. So let's now consider the responses we got.
Oh, yes, pretty overwhelming.
And it is overwhelming at
80%.
Yep.
80%.
So in the submission, summary submission, if we answer the question, 80% agree water supply should be council's main focus next year. So and that's a significant 524 from the 657 that responded.
Yeah.
So statistically, that's a good number.
Well, in that respect, for that question, the public has spoken.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree that all the questions that have been presented are good questions. But I suppose at the end of the day, it's kind of like, what impact does this have against the ratepayer?
And that's what we're going to find out.
Mm.
Is there any opportunity when you're looking at financials to say this is what 5 million looks like, this is what 3.5 looks like? What would be or is that not possible?
Well, if you want to reverse, yes, of course, it's always possible. But remember, the policy decision we made to guide this was to make sure that all our water supplies met the public health drinking standards. So you made a policy decision on that. You can always change your policy decision and say on that and say we want to meet at least a standard. I certainly wouldn't be recommending.
So that policy question, we then went around and said, what do we need council officers to make this happen? And they've come back and said 5 million.
So is the water supply just for drinking potable water?
The water supply is just drinking water. So there are other questions here. Remember this, we've talked about wastewater, we talked about stormwater, hotspots as well.
So where are they in here if we're only going to talk about drinking water?
I don't think so. Sorry, in answer to that question, there's no change from the long-term plan to this year's annual plan for the other waters. For the wastewater and stormwater, we're not anticipating any spend CapEx above what is in the long-term plan.
So where does it fit in?
So
what I'd like to know is, just to get my head around it, we're going to look at doing a whole new consent process for Featherstone. So are we just going to hold that in current account until such time as that Featherstone process goes, has some finalisation or acceptance of that? So we're going to quickly hold that in current account. We're not going to use any of that as CapEx or anything like that.
We do have some money in that's in the long-term plan for the Featherstone wastewater consenting process, and Wellington confirmed with them and I yesterday that there was sufficient, they believe there was sufficient money put aside in CapEx this year to cover
work that they would need to do in the coming year. 2021, which is, I think off the top of my head, about 500,000, 503,000. Yes.
With regards to the water supply and water resilience, one thing that I did note that reducing the water allowance per property, what we didn't get was a breakdown of what the impact that could be if we reduced it down to 250,000 litres. And we didn't get a breakdown of how many people are using above that much, or what people are actually using. So for me personally, it was very hard to, and that came through the feedback as well, it's very hard to say yes or no to that if the information is not provided.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I didn't use my example well enough. All that you're essentially asking on the water resilience is to develop a plan. So it's to put a bucket of money aside and go and look at it and take into consideration some of the views that people have said about what they would like to see in the plan. So you're not committing to any of the actions like reducing the water allowance per property, with all those things. They would be in the long-term plan reform part of the plan. And there may be other options that people forward.
But it's a bit unfair asking people questions that are unable to actually research and actually comment on if they're not given all the information required.
So we consult on that, so in the plan, in the annual plan this year.
But part of the legislation around annual planning is to ensure that people have all the information.
We do the conservation plan this year, we'll consult on it, but anything that comes out of that would come into the long-term plans, which would be prioritised over the following 3 years. So we do
this. Is it prioritised and investigated?
Yes. Yeah. So all
it has to be
comes back to So that comes back to that governance question. The governance question is, do you put money aside in the budget to do a plan and consult on it? That's the only governance question you have here. So these are elements that people have provided feedback in, because what we ask people is, what are some of the things you need to be thinking about in this area to work with the long term?
But you're also asking, do you support
Yeah.
If you're not supplying the information about the how can you comment?
Yeah, but probably we haven't got that information. We're asking the public whether they want us to go out and get that information.
Which is, what do you think about this? What do you think about this in the final?
No, it says, do you support?
Yeah. So again,
I think it's perfectly okay to support something you don't necessarily have a sum associated with it. And I think about it as a bit like buying a new car. I support the idea of going and buying a new car because I need a new car, or I see that there's something wrong with the car and that the car may or may not make some improvements. But the research that I do around the purchase of that car lets me decide whether I want to buy this car or that car, or just do some maintenance work to the car because I still have a car. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't have to have all the numbers with it at the beginning. I just make the decision, do I want a new car? And then I'll go away and do my research. So this is really, we can make it harder by trying to do all the numbers right now, just saying at a very high level, fundamentally the community has said, this looks like a good idea. We say, yep, it looks like a good idea. These wonderful people behind us go away and come up with the numbers, and we say, you put too much money into that bucket, we need it here, or we need to trim it here. So it's really, it's taking ourselves out of finding the solution right now. Did our community say, and do we think that's what we need to be doing?
But did they say it with confidence about what they were saying yes to?
so the question they were asked was, do you want to do a water conservation plan?
This was information for the future.
Yes. Yeah. That's the governance question. Yeah. Because I mean, essentially, if you don't put money, your choice, if you don't put money in the annual plan to do a water conservation plan, then none of these issues here, not one of them addresses.
I think if you look at, sorry, we If you look at the responses around the conservation plan, it seemed to be a number of people who didn't support closing down write-off policy. There were some big trees in the different types of solutions. And I'm sure council officers will be there to implement conservation. Stop some trees.
But just as equally, there was the comment that it's hard to make a comment about this when I don't have all the information at hand.
But we're not considering that when we look at the broader issue. Okay, and there's a lot of steps to go down before we adopt any of those measures that we've asked whether on this board.
So just come back, I keep on hammering, remember that your decision here is not to decide what should be in the water resources plan. That's not your decision. Your decision is, do you want to invest some money to do that? And consult with members of the community as part of the setup to the LTP, so that you have an informed.
The annual plan, isn't it?
To what includes in the LTP.
I'm getting a bit confused. How can we keep talking about the LTP when this is for the annual plan for this year? And I think we need to just not lose sight of that. We keep talking about the LTP, and I understand that some of this is setting it up for the next LTP, but this is the annual plan.
Yes, indeed. So yes, we are going slightly off track with regards to the resolution we have to pass this year regarding the annual plan, which is relevant.
I don't know if I'm lucky because I'm just sitting back here, but and so I'm actually getting a really good overview of what's.
You are, but you've got a comfortable chair.
I just oh, you don't need to see my sore ear. But I just wanted to say so I think what I'm hearing is what we're saying is, okay, we can see from the information that Karen and the team has put together. So, for example, for the three waters, but the questions that we'd asked, there's a really big uptake of people that new builds wanting water storage. 410 out of the the 500, 600 applicants put that's what they were keen to look at. And then the next one, which was only a few less than 10 less, was subsidising water tanks. So then what we're asking is for now the team to go and give us the money on how much that's going to be, yeah?
So what we would do to cut through it all is to say our first resolution would be, do we agree that the water supply should be the council's main focus for 2021? It's the question we've asked. We've had an 80% positive response on. That would be an example of our first resolution. And the second one would be to agree that the council develop a water conservation action plan in 2021. So those are the only two resolutions we have to do on water. Just to cut to the chase and knock out the extract. Are you okay with that?
Just on that, the second recommendation was brought to us last year. This is why we're back. But a lot of people have said we haven't got a water conservation plan.
And look, it is crucial with the amount of other committees that are going on talking about water that we actually dovetail with some of the environmental regional conservation plan and all the other conservation measures that might be available to us. And so we love to give the mandate to the officers to go away. So if we go on to, is it important for the council to develop a water conservation plan, we go to 93%. So to my mind, these are no-brainers. Absolutely. Not controversial, they have common support, and they make sense, they don't require, they allow the council to go away and pick a price. So do we want to mock up a resolution, those two resolutions for consideration a bit later on, and we'll move on to the next? Are you comfortable with that? Because I'm not going to ask you to pass a resolution. No, we've got to just mock it up and think about it. Yep. Right. So those are the first two that are pretty non-controversial, and then we've got a clear mandate from the public.
Okay, get much clearer.
Are we okay to move on? So then we go on to waste minimalisation. Do we want to take a 10-minute break?
Yes, please.
So just, you don't sit and so you get any idea, it's all kind of, it's just such a high level. All the elements of some of these things, you're working for an engineer, but you're putting in some money, so you can actually do the preparatory work. The very thing that we're just talking about, get the options, the figures, the numbers. So when you go into that LTP, you have a very informed view.
You've got something to solve.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is our first meeting.
Absolutely.
And I'm really enjoying this conversation because we are nussing out the process, you know, and we're making sure we're comfortable with the process. So I'm just going to adjourn now till 3 o'clock. Until 3 o'clock. Go to the
Hold on together. People. So what I'd like to now move to is waste minimalisation.
Excuse me, before we move to that, we'll just on year 1, we talk about the $1 million budget for
So look, what we discussed is that the assets and services from Wednesday, which is preceding the deliberations, there's a full explanation by Wellington Water, which includes the update on where they're with the water supply, the audit of our wastewater systems, update on the manganese plant. So it's a full breakdown of all that work. So one of the things that we, given the guidance you've given us, that you'd like some time to think about some of these things. So what we're proposing to do is cancel the Planning and Regulatory Committee. Request you to have a full day, knowing that we had the afternoon session already set aside for deliberations. So what we'll do is we'll convene in the morning for some of the annual plan deliberation. Go into the assets and services, invite all council members to attend the assets and service to hear about the water supply information, and then reconvene for the deliberations in the afternoon on any other matters that we are unable to address today. Okay, so that means you get literally from you and the team all the detail of the three people to start there. Does that sound like a good way of okay.
Okay, if the councillors do want, I've set myself up now, so I've got most of the financial information here, so if you do want me to go through it at a high level, then I can.
So, yeah, just for us to now discuss, an outline of potential resolution regarding this is waste minimalisation. So we asked, is it important for the council to develop a waste minimalisation plan? That's the resolution we're going to be looking at. Of that, we had a 93% benefit in the public out of 647. So out of that, then we asked a number of following ideas regarding user pays, wheelie bins, recycling stations, food composting, and reducing payment to the council, which would then come out of the waste minimalisation plan. Also then asked what else would we do? So we've got some good comments here to guide us in the future and guide that waste minimalisation plan. So we want to discuss the question, is it important for the council to develop the waste minimalisation plan? Given the response.
Yeah, so that's very, very important for the community to do so.
It's 93% if we include the the partially completed submissions. What did that change to? Just to give us a bit of a, and it changed to 92%. So So from 93 to 92, so there was no real change.
So the overall summary is that of the 68% of people who did submit, 68% of those who submitted of the total number responded to this question. So which was 647 of 955 submitters.
Yep.
Of those who responded, so of that portion, to the waste minimisation, 93%. So 93% of 647 people thought it was important for council to develop a waste minimisation action. So it's 599 of the 647. They've got a very strong signal.
And I think this is a concept that I think a lot of us heard during the election, and I think is a continuing issue even amongst people who haven't discussed with regards to what I was doing. And there's lots of challenges in that area, which makes the development of a minimisation plan even more important so that we know where we're going. So, the resolution, any other discussion for you guys regarding that high-level resolution? So the resolution will be that we agree that the council should develop a waste minimisation plan
and include it in the annual plan.
Yeah. And include it in the annual plan. Yeah. If we then move to land transfer. So we have to decide whether to agree with the Huntington initiative. Well, it's slightly different. We asked what was the community thought proposals regarding increased funding for road renewal, money for forestry and trees, continuing to renew footpaths, and contributing to a walking and cycling plan. And should the council be doing more to promote walking and cycling in the district? So,
Question number one, did you actually put anything out about this? Because on that you talked about conservation plan, but did we actually talk about or agree that the water supply was their main point?
that was certainly mentioned as a possible resolution. So there was a double banger in the last one? Yeah. So, yeah, so yes, the first one is, is it our priority for the next annual plan? And is it, and do we develop the water conservation? Yeah. So, and transport. So what would our resolution be? What would it look like? Issues? There's no questions. So when we look at roading, land transport plan, we had 490 submissions. Of these, 290 supported trails, and then we had comments on pedestrian cycling and safety. And we had some minor amounts of submitters.
So what we were asking people to think about, there was no direct questions on that, but what we put out was increased funding for roading network maintenance and renewal, money for forestry and trees, continued renewal of and extended footpaths, and the development of walking and cycling. That's what we asked people to do. And we invited additional comments. And so the additional comments were the ones that were just meant to so motorist trails, swimming road corridors, pedestrian cycle safety, supporting footpath improvements, supporting additional funding. So the numbers that supported what we put in at the bottom, there was people supporting footpath improvements, including and filling missing footpaths, supporting additional funding for roads, and commenting on the street tree proposal. So
the problem is that the number of submitters who commented on that are not represented total amount was answered.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
So that falls us into a bit of a quandary as to whether or not that indicates whether we should be progressing with the plan. If we only have 22 submitters commenting on footpath improvements out of 490.
okay, so this is where you jump from a numbers game
Yep.
to actually good, prudent governance decision making around what you see as things that you believe are important to make an investment in. So it's not, just because people chose not to comment on that did not mean, and believe me, if people did not want you to spend on this, you would have had a whole lot of solutions. So the way that I read this response is actually people supported that, but they wanted, they certainly wanted additional work around the cycling active mode kind of thing. So my reading this is as steady as she goes.
Yeah, so I get a bit of,
So I understand it differently than just looking at this. What I was asking is, can we allocate 600,000 K additional K? Can we then, for the roading, can we top up with another 50,000 K for trees? And can we give another 375 K to continue to extend footpaths? And with regard to the walking side, cycling plan, there is no magic figure. So I'm a bit confused.
So the figures that Brenda's referring to is what we put out in a consultation document.
Yeah.
That we would be
Yeah. So
So
the comments with regard to that, it's very hard to determine.
therein lies my point. Yeah. So this is where, in the absence of community feedback on this particular topic, what would you do as good governance? So do you want to include in your annual plan increased funding for road network maintenance or renewal? Do you want to include etc.?
Hoping someone is like, it was interesting to me as well that, like, I don't know about anyone else, but it seems like footpaths is always something that is brought up when you're walking down the street or in the dairy or whatever. You know, people that come to you as a councillor, it's normally about footpaths, and to see that there was this real lack of, I guess there wasn't really any appetite for this area, and I don't know if it was because it was headed under land transport and people just automatically think roads, or I'm not 100% sure why there wasn't as much engagement, but I did like the fact that I think there was that from people being in level 4, the amount of appetite that there was for the cycling connectivity.
Yeah. I agree. So against the list.
I suppose the thing that I'm confused about is that for all our ones, we've actually put a goal figure to it and we've asked some questions, but we haven't done this consistently. And I get what you're saying there, Harry, but I don't believe, hand on heart, that we've engaged the right questions to our community. That's what we think we've done.
Yeah. I mean, if I can talk personally, I think that 20% of the complaints I get as mayor are surrounding footpaths. So let's dig into what.
Yeah.
Let's dig into substantive issues and how we perceive them as governors. We also have an aged person strategy, and we're constantly getting issues around that with regards to the danger of not only kids but elderly and people on. And I think with Councillor Plymouth, when he was doing this decrepit month, was discovering every bump and every pavement around town.
we will make a very bump from here to
So to my mind, footpaths, as from a governance perspective, is an issue even if it's not reflected in the consultation document.
Yeah, my experience as a citizen councillor is that footpaths are the most common source of complaint I would see. And if you look at the 259 that's submitted on trails and such, they're talking about walking and cycling across the community, and that the regulation increased during COVID-19 and people are getting out and about on foot more. And I think there is a linkage between that a weighty submission and the footpaths one. So I would say we treat footpaths as part of general trails and road corridors.
So I would like to think we could go back to council officers and say, of them, footpaths, please do some figures on how we can improve what we have currently planned. Jimmy?
I was pretty disappointed with the submissions on this, because as Pip said, and you said, Alan, a lot of where people bail us up about forecasting, particularly I get it for rural roads, and we heard today there was 3 submittals today on rural roads. And, you know, only 33 of them submitted on it. So, you know, I mean, yeah, it's a biggie. It's the first year we haven't had a whole lot of people.
Yeah. And I think that might be the flavour of the way that the question was asked might be changed in the document.
And I completely support everything that's been said about footpaths, personal experience. It's actually having been on crutches all the time, so they are terrible, and particularly with an aging population. So particularly great, I'm not sure about the other two. But what I would say also is, with our district growing as rapidly as it is, we probably need to do a bit of research around numbers of vehicles on our roads, particularly our rural roads, our middle roads, and I'm on the road safety council, as you know, and it is a common theme that comes up is about we have a huge network, and the vast majority of it is new between us and Carlton. We need to perhaps do some research how many vehicles are now starting to get work opportunities. Prime example, those of you who haven't used it, it's like going into Jurassic Park by the time you get right out the back. It's a beautiful part of the country, but it is becoming more and more popular. So I think, Terry, let's do some research on it.
I think we
So, sorry, Alex, but essentially what you've got to slice is you've put some figures, you said this is what you are proposing to include in the annual plan to spend in these areas. So, you know, your governance query question is whether to agree the funding initiatives proposed, or you want to vary them based on what you get as submissions. That's essentially the question.
Yeah, just two quick one. One, I didn't feel there was much support for forestry and trees, but I think it was sold and maybe that's debatable. The walking and cycling plan, to my mind, that extends heavily into the economic development, the whole tourism plan, no-brainer. We need to do that, we need to link up with the other trails around the district.
So we didn't put a dollar value on it.
No, we didn't. So, but we're still looking at my things, we're looking at some really good.
But if I could comment on that as well, and then you can Councillor Hay, there's a lot of money, and I'm going to say this as well for forestry and trees, of central government funding in these areas, and whether we have the need to be putting money aside, or whether these projects might be 50-50 funded or not. Certainly, with the amount of money that's available, you know, over the next year in these areas, perhaps we don't need to include them in our budget.
But I think we need to be in a position where we're ready to run. And I know something happens.
Harry's, you know, immediate.
So remember, there's two things about trees. One is a lot of our investment in trees is actually for hillside stabilisation of our roads. Yeah. Okay, and once you start planting a tree to stabilise a road, you've got to clear it, you've got to make sure there's trim, all that kind of stuff, doesn't overhang the road. It's not a coincidence, for instance, if you're driving down the road and you see clear underneath the area of trees, because they actually create a cold, damp spot that actually deteriorates on road. So it's actually part of your whole maintenance regime for your road. So that was part of what we asked. I'm not sure how you ever try and explain that to people who it's a one-syllable character, but that's essentially was half of the submission. The other was in urban trees as urban amenity, and we have trees everywhere, and we need to make sure that they're maintained and looked after appropriately. And so if we do need to spend money, the question is how much.
That's just what you said. The one about two is we showing trees that close to power lines and also and the results. And I think it cuts down.
Yeah. And that will happen with a power code could be one hit at a trip. Yeah, after that,
So Councillor Hay.
Oh, I'd just like to briefly talk to the walking and cycling. We haven't got any dollars attached to that. Currently we fund Erin and also some funding for a good strategy for the region. So I don't think there'll be any less costs for this next 2021 year. I can see coming up because most of it will be funded separately. So we're already doing the work that we pay for.
council officers' opinion on whether or not we need to specifically attach a dollar figure and what that dollar figure might be? Because this will be part of our resolution.
And our intention to try to deal with existing resources. And so part of your capability, part of your capability is to build, so we've got the in-house capacity to actually use these things. Right? So we're not asking for extra money to do that, but it's part of what you're already programming in, what's your capability.
Communication from Jack Shepherd was also, he's got the money there. So, what we look at, Councillor Weds.
With respect to the money for the trees, I think one of the things in there is the emissions trading. Because when we're doing maintenance on trees, some trees have to be removed. That we get the carbon credits for some of our trees, and we do need to replace those because, as I understand it, if there is a period where we don't replace the tree, then there are fines for not having all those carbon credits back up. So it's really essential to have that both externally, rurally, and internally.
So,
For you, with regards to what Anne was saying with regards to the planting of trees. Now, I was at the dog park in Gippsland the other day, and she's been planting trees. So, are we taking those tree plantations into consideration for our carbon credits?
I think there's quite restrictions around what's able to go into that. It's to do with size.
Well, it's also the Kyoto, so it's not going back to 1990 and the Kyoto Protocol. So if you really want to dig into all this, we can come back, but it's not something that to my mind, but the point is, it's quite correct. Certainly some of the trees that we own are part of a carbon credit trade. And so if we cut those trees down, which is usually after 1990, then we can be fined because we've claimed the credits. And if the trees aren't there, then we're in trouble.
But we're planting trees other places that we may not get.
And I think when you start to look at those, I mean, we had this real issue with roadsides, to what extent you could pass, and I think it didn't meet depth requirements to be able to put it into the plan.
And they're not continuous, you've got to have all the, you've got to have a certain size block. So
so planting between the two, we've got to
Harry, could you comment on what the extra $600,000 is going to do for our area maintenance? That seems 20% less, I guess, where our contract was supposed to be more efficient.
So a couple of things going on here, and you can answer this one, but actually the cost to the construction index drives a lot of our costs forward. So the cost of materials, even just to keep the world static, the cost of our materials is escalating. So gravels, asphalt,
even later, so it's just a simple supply and demand in the market on building transmission building. Suddenly your labor costs is in the roof.
Is this 600,000 going to bring us back to even?
I've learned eventually it's going to take a big step towards the area.
So the main issue for our roading network, and this be one for a long term, not this particular one, is that you essentially program out from building a road in the first instance a length of time before you either rehab it or renew it. And so it's a wonderful true sweating your asset. And so we're at, as a council, we've probably sweated our asset a bit before we're doing the renewals and the rehabs that we need to do. And Tim will tell you this, that's a question of the access and services. So we've got to just make sure we get that into the right. And that period is depending on the condition of your road, it can be anything between 10 to 15 and 20 years. Depends on the type of nature of your road. Not the asphalt one. This is what's in your subsurface. So that's what's going on here. There's one, we do need to bring our renewal cycle back into a balance, but equally we need to make sure that if we're covering the extra costs, just to stay still.
So sorry, just to clarify, but we're also in the process currently of developing our asset management plan for roading. And that's going to be part of the process consideration around that as well. So we'll get a better view around the asset liability.
I mean, you talked to Tim, the added cost of traffic management is horrendous. I mean, you look at this doing that job out the coast, they had 2 trucks a day, and 2 people were going to stop going. I mean,
So this doesn't give you a massive increase of road work. This means that the cost of maintaining the assets we've got, keeping the thing is going up, and we need to.
So with regards to our resolution, we went through this, that we would be resolving to add another 600k bill on, right, sorry.
Yep.
Yep, 600k on the waiting network maintenance renewal. We'll keep the 50k with forestry and trees, for the reasons you've specified that they actually targeted. The question is, the 375k footpaths that was allocated last year, do we need to reallocate that this year, or do we have enough time within our current operating reserves, or does that 375 carry over as part of that?
It carries over, so it's actually.
So we don't need to have a resolution on that.
It carries over from this year, so it's actually the.
No, there is actually another allocation in this year, so built into the draft that you're paying is another 375,000.
So we have to resolve, so that's.
So that's 750,000.
So is this? So we allocated 375 for last year, but that was only for last year. This year, we need to reallocate that, or is there 375 and we're adding another 375?
We are adding 375.
So that's
at the moment.
750k. 750k compared to a year and a half ago.
If we add that, is my question, because that was what I was going to say, that's why I just read that. If we allocate 750,000, are we going to be able to spend it in this coming year? Are we going to have the capability to do the work on the footpaths? Because 750,000 must just about repair every footpath that we've got.
I'd love to say yes. I don't think we're necessarily get all of it done. It's just a capacity issue, unfortunately. But as has been noted, it's a significant issue. And if council decides they want to spend that extra money, then it comes towards the top of the list. And that's your decision. You direct us, and if it becomes a priority for council, it comes to the top of our list as well.
You know, it's difficult for you because you're new, but what was the effect of the additional 375 last year on our ability to repair our footpaths? Did this accelerate it, or did it keep it static?
It's just difficult to say because we were actually unable to complete so much of the work this year because of the lockdown. And there's actually the main piece of work that got affected by the lockdown because we couldn't have crews in close proximity to each other using hand tools, which is generally what's required to do that work. So it's actually quite difficult to say any confidence.
What percentage of that money then was spent on repairing the footpaths?
I believe about 50%.
So we still have an extra 50%.
Yeah.
For the following year anyway, do we need to allocate another 375?
So just to clarify, I'm sorry, we've probably got about half of the 360, so let's say about 150,000 unspent this year. And then in the annual, this current year's annual pay comes out another 375, so that takes it to about 500.
Yeah.
525,000. The question is whether that you think that's too much.
Well, we shouldn't allocate money if we can't.
So do you, just a quick question, do you think we have the capacity, if we get 500,000 to spend that in the next year?
I would probably need to just check on that, but again, if council decides it's top priority, it becomes top priority.
No, it's whether or not the money's allocating it, put the rates up, but we can't spend it anyway.
Yeah, so I just need to go back and fully confirm what that programme looks like and come back if that's acceptable.
So the resolution would be we are allocating an additional 375,000 for the allocation for the footpaths. And we could get a call back before passing the resolution as to what exactly our spend is likely to be.
Just bear in mind a couple of things, both of these sections that keep in mind. So in your roading expenditure, remember your 600,000, for instance, whatever that figure, is matched by 48% on top of that NZTA. So, it's one. Yeah. But it is a 52% flower if you're a person.
Okay.
Yeah. So we pay 48%.
Yeah.
Same with footpath renewal, and I'm not sure about footpath maintenance. We have set to check that. So just bear in mind that anything we put aside also has a commensurate mirror with the NZTA. The other thing I would counsel is actually it's harder to do bids for a job like footpaths, and it's actually very inefficient. So there's a certain economy of scale that actually comes to play. So you get a contractor, you can lock them in for a period of time and they can go. As opposed to, you say, can you do 10 metres in the back of Featherston, 10 metres in the back of XYZ, it becomes a very inefficient mechanism. So that's something you need to have a look at, you as well. There's a degree if you create a bit of economy of scale, you actually got to get the more work done because you've done that.
Councillor Clinton.
My question was going to be sort of around that, but if we allocated that money, did it allow Ewan to book in forward contracts? And even if we don't actually spend it in this year, we have actually got those forward contracts ready for the following year. So does that give you some leeway for, because footpaths are a major thing, so does allocating that money allow you to prioritise that throughout and put the contract in?
Absolutely.
So, and I just want to clarify this just to make it totally clear. So if we allocate another 375, this just merely matches the additional funding from last year, or does this mean we're spending another $750,000 compared to 2 years ago? Per year?
No.
No, that's an additional sum to carry on that 375 additional. That's 100%.
So we end up with 500.
Correct, yes. I just want to make sure that we're multiplying.
Just on that, Alex, just to give you time, can this not be part of assets and services?
Rather, what I'm going to do is I'm going to.
I'll be careful about adding any more agenda items.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to then mock up a resolution which will include that, and then we can alter that after that.
That's what I was planning to be. So on that day, we can get that information.
With regards to our footpaths maintenance plan, will that bring us up to date?
No, not ever.
How far behind are we?
So this is what Alex given the referred to is we need to have an asset management plan. So we know the state and the condition. What we wanted to get in the long term plan is a place where you have amenities plan, a roading plan, asset plan. So every year you know exactly what you're going to spend before you have to replace a section of footpath or a section of road. So
at the moment, what we're seeing is that we're seeing the community boards and having their footpath allocations, but it's taking years for that to be addressed.
Yeah. So we're trying to address this, but what we're saying is how much further will that 375 get us towards a goal where we're actually having them in a very good shape? And do we need to allocate more money?
No.
I just got it's just only thank you.
Thank you.
375 for maintenance. That's not new footpaths. That's
No.
correct.
No, it's just maintenance.
That's just fixing broken footpaths and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost like tree roots pushing them up.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, new subdivisions will be putting in different paths themselves.
Correct.
So unless we've got areas that don't have footpaths, like Eastern Street. Yeah. Because there's also only a footpath on one side of the road, there's a. So that's again a question for you and how much.
So in essence, it is how much. You know, that, it's a no-brainer to do the work, it's just about how much you want to do. So what you're saying is you want to do it, but your only real question to you is how doable is it, right? And then so, you know, your resolution would be you agree, subject to confirmation of the ability to deliver that volume of work.
It was to renew and extend, not just renew.
No, just maintenance, it's just maintenance, it does not say renew.
That's standard.
It is a standard.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just.
It is, but it doesn't go, it doesn't go very far. No,
So remember, footpaths NZTA never funded, so they're just all in farm. So one of the changes a few years ago to the government policy statement was the National Land Transport Program to provide subsidy to council. So they're all on same thing as seal roads.
So why did the heading say renew and extend footpaths, but the contents of the paragraph say to maintain?
Seems to have all these.
Yeah.
But again, your motion, if you want to, so if there's a chunk of maintenance, if you want to extend footpaths, you can do that.
So it's good to say, at viewer's discretion, that we have a problem because it has the ability to put a new footpath within the same budget. We don't want to do that. We just want to keep it.
I think you allocate a budget either for new maintenance or you allocate a budget for new because
Can I just say something? I'm not sure what it's like in Featherston, but certainly Featherston, Marlborough, but certainly in Greytown, all our footpaths are on the wrong side of the road. They're all on the opposite side where the lights are.
I think it's an LTP issue.
Yeah. We're going to spend all this money repairing footpaths that are wrong.
So we've got to maintain what we have.
No, they're wrong.
I was going to say, you've already done the
You've got to remember that the town's changed, and separations created. So it may be okay on one side and the.
Well, I'm thinking about Leon way back from
So I'm going to walk out and we have a
Sorry, guys. I do apologise, but I'm just going to have to tap out because I'm not feeling very good.
Okay. So what we're going to do is that we resolve that the council allocate increased funding for the road network maintenance renewal for 600k, money to forestry and trees 50k. We can find this up. Then get to it. Continue to renew footpaths of 375k. We won't have the extended there.
Maintain.
We're going to maintain. And we actually, do we have contributing to a walking and cycling plan because that's business as usual?
I think you need to
indicate that we are
absolutely,
and also contribute to a walking and cycling plan with no dog. So are we comfortable with that?
Sorry, there are dollars attached. What I'm saying, they're part of what you're putting into your general capability. Okay, yes. So
But it comes out from a different.
Internal resources.
It's not going to increase, it's not going to change.
No, it's just internal resources.
All those plans that you've got, that's the same principle.
So what I'm just getting from you there, Harry, is that the walking and cycling plan has no impact in regards to.
No.
So, moving on then, community and recreation. So we need to propose for some, well, to have proposed to have to decide extra maintenance of council buildings, upgrades to senior housing, increasing rent for seniors housing. Those are the three areas that we have consulted on. So I'll open this up for discussion about.
From the submissions, there was a general comment that should the age residential homes be part of the council.
And I think personally,
Look, that has been on the table before, and it's certainly a discussion we had.
it also do remind me that the four well-beings were changed in 2018. So what may have been even a community offender has been handed back to council to being in your own and
Yep, so this part, what went out was, council owns a number of amenity buildings that are in age that require constant maintenance. But the figures we're talking about is a total of 50k has been earmarked as extra funding, so that's above what we need last LTP, the extra 50k for building maintenance
Not a question, and it's not in here, it's not a question.
So there's no question, we did receive some feedback through the other feedback, so that's on page 19. It's a very long comment.
So, so what we've asked the community in this area is where they want to put an additional 50k on top of the 20k that we have allocated in the LT in this year for building maintenance. And there's information from Bryce in terms of his view on our assets and what we need to do just this year.
I think that it's come to a head with regards to maintenance on council pensioner housing and the requirements needed to bring them up to a particular standard requires an additional budget.
50,000 is not the pensioner, the pensioners is 80,000.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So this is just maintenance for our council. Yeah. This pensioner housing.
So this is your office?
No.
No, it's not the offices.
Okay, so it's like Y in the centre or anything or.
Correct.
Does it include any maintenance for the Featherston Golf Club?
The Featherston Golf Club?
Yeah.
It will be.
There will be some there,
A lot of work is done on that this year to bring it up to stand, so I don't think they're anticipating to spend a lot on that next year.
That begs the question, and I think it's a very minor, tiny issue, but should the lease be including maintenance or not?
The lease?
The lease of them.
Well, it's chicken and egg because to get it to a standard that we can lease, we've got to spend the money to get it to the suitable standard for someone to technically lease. And so you can't pass that cost on to the leasee.
So we're currently getting any income from the lease of the
Very little. This is part of OCON, so this is part of our community group. We have your policies want you for us to recognise the importance of community groups to make sure that we're not charging the market rates and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, and they're getting on their feet. So the main thing there is we do have a lease agreement with them. It's a good one actually. We've had someone reviewing all our lease agreements. When they get on their feet, that's a different matter.
And if they decide to expand into nurseries or something like that. So, what are people's thoughts on extra maintenance for council and buildings?
So, that's wonderful, yeah.
I completely agree with it. I think Bryce has done an exceptional job getting it to where it should be. I had a list when I was chair of the community board of 57 things that needed attention in Greytown, which he's brought down to virtually zero, but I'm aware there's quite a bit of work still to be done. Probably equally across all three towns, so I'd support that totally.
Can I just ask a question on that? So I presume he's got some sort of budget on that. So if we put this in, does it come back to us and ask for money for a budget or it's actually going to
They're making lots of difference.
Basically, just to get standard things like heat pumps and solution lines.
Yeah. It makes me seem like it's a bit of a no-brainer as we've got to accept that price must be sorted. With regards to increases. No, we are. There was a discussion with Chris Barford in the three councils, in as much as we didn't have a HUD housing unit over here, that he was going to investigate whether or not we would become eligible for that. But that's not true yet.
It's going to be election year, so.
It's an ongoing issue.
In the longer run, probably part of the LTP, we need to have a hard look at our ownership of these assets and the duties and liabilities incumbent upon us, where other providers would qualify for subsidies, and to offer these people the same rental with improved services. So in this day and age, we do have to look at it. So I mean, it's not part of a resolution. I think we have to do what we must now to make them safe and compliant.
Yeah.
But gee whiz, let's look at this in the long term.
Yeah, definitely that'll be a topic.
And I think Colin rightly alluded to it. You look at capital.
Yes, and one submitter mentioned a Marston-based provider.
Court was the one we rated on as being the
So it's really probably not what we need to discuss, right? Because it's narrow, the slightly down. Councillor.
So can I just say that with the 20,000 allocated in the LTP for this year and 50,000 extra, so we're going to have 70,000 in total for council-owned buildings. When we get to the pensioner ones, we talk about an additional 80,000. Is there anything we've done from last year?
Pensioner housing, it's anticipated that it will not be by the end of this year.
Okay, then I think that 80,000 needs to go up, because if we're going to put heat pumps into everything.
Oh, so I can comment, sorry, that there's a plan over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is year one, and you'll probably see a similar figure the next year as well. To get to spread it over the 2 years to get them completely, all of them.
So I think you're just going to rely on officers' opinion of what is required to bring up to a particular standard.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. So,
I'm happy that those are included.
We own them, we have a duty of care to them, and we have a legal obligation to do this. So it's a no-brainer, we've got no choice but to do it. But bringing them up to a particular standard means that they're fit for purpose beyond that's what, and just the amount that we charge for the use of these facilities. In no way we should the council to run it. Some people have been in there for a very, very long time, in excess of 20 years. And I have a problem where we provide a facility for people who have no alternatives, but you don't have no alternative for 20 years. So I think perhaps in some cases people are abusing privilege and the rent. Certain equivalents charge certain things there.
Is it council's remit to judge on how people are actually placed on their places?
we do this as an operational decision and we will address this in the market. So it's not necessarily part of consideration.
It's a question of policy as to whether we improve the cost of the social housing or the what sort of percentage of return do we expect? That's a governance issue, that's not an operation.
I'd certainly be interested if we have a policy.
We have a policy for that and it's go through that.
And you're correct, the policy is the governance instrument. Yeah. How you implement the policy is the operational.
So what we're looking at here is, do we increase the rental as proposed? That's the third class of solution. So if you report, I mean, I certainly have gone through what housing, pensioner housing is available to Wairarapa, and the proposed rates are about the same, slightly less sometimes, slightly more, it's about $5. It's not a huge amount. So it's going to be, it appears to be the option to propose something that is similar to the rest of the Wairarapa. Whether or not the condition of at present is the same as what's being charged in Marston House, I'm not sure. But it does seem to be equitable.
I think the pension has to increase. We're going to do the work over a period of 2 years that housing cannot run under the council box if the negative. And so therefore we need to have that money in the account to cover the maintenance and things like that. So when we looked at putting the rent up, we were still quite considerably under what other facilities are charging within the Wairarapa. So
yeah, I think this way, just before, could you clarify? When you say we can't run a loss, is that morally or is that legal? Is that correct?
No.
So we're able to run at a loss, social aspect.
And we do, and that's the whole.
And we do run them a little.
And so it runs in deficit, and bear in mind that then, and Katrina could help me here, but that essentially the ratepayer is paying for that differentials between the income you receive and the amount of the deficit maintained in your city.
And that was what the long-term plan on making that policy was this. That's what we did.
I mean, I can't remind you how we use that account within the exec days that we actually have at some stage, where the pension housing came under the microscope with regards to how dilapidated they were. And it was highlighted that the then council had not put any money away for maintenance. Do we put any money away for maintenance now? Or is that still an outstanding issue?
Look, it's part of the, it's going to be part of the long-term plan asset management program for amenities. There was, the short answer to you is yes, we are now, and that's part of what we're looking at doing here. Yeah.
So Brenda's question was, did we do it before?
But not to a sufficient degree.
So we did it.
It was done, but not just Katrina said, not enough.
Cool. So let's go back into the increase in rent. What is your opinions on increasing the rent to as the rate of occupation? Does anyone have an issue with it?
No, my biggest idea. Got to be done.
So proposed resolution would be that we would provide extra maintenance for council on buildings for $50,000. We would increase the upgrades to housing for seniors to the tune of $80,000, and we would approve the proposed increased rents for the pensioner house, for the senior house.
Just for clarification, are we actually, we just proposing them?
What we're doing is we're going to go away and we're going to mold these up. But what we're trying to do is fix down what our decision obligations are.
So nothing in the annual plan was until you pass the.
So anybody complains about it would be an old line.
And with that,
it's too obvious.
we have a quick 10-minute break.
Oh, yeah.
No. So you can continue this. So what I'd like to do is we'll run through building capability and an overview. Here I'd like to open the discussion about the Greyhound Sports and Recreation Club, but not finish it. Okay, are we okay with that? I'd like to go through the building capability. Swimming pools. This might open the sports hub to do a bit of a round table of thoughts. But we won't continue or get to the price report. It's a very, very big issue. So, and that way, I think we've only got about half an hour left in this before really this is just
Really helpful for questions.
Yeah.
Thanks, Karen.
so bear that in mind when we're talking about that is let's start to raise some issues for council officers. So let's go to continuing the executive hours for swimming pools, which is it is overwhelming. Yes.
Could I also ask why was it even? Because it was a 2-year trial.
Yeah. And actually, I read that again, it was actually a 1-year trial.
It was 1 year.
Yeah, it was. I didn't think it was a 2-year in my mind for some reason.
And I cast my mind back. The initial reason was that they came for the funding, and then they got to keep it going.
I mean, the people with 90%, I'm just perhaps I can put my thoughts. And so the hotspot, the people have spoken, but I am still concerned over the average cost per additional visitor as a result of those extended hours being at $36 per visit. Does not seem to be a sensible decision at the government's level. But then we have to also, on a financial side, but not a social side. We have to ask some great comments there about, this has only just started. A lot of people did not realise there were extended hours. And also that it allowed elderly people at particular times to be accessing the pools. There was another comment there which I also think we might want to look at, is why don't we just make one pool open for extended hours and allow the traffic. But these are all topics I think we should run around. Bear in mind 90% of people have agreed with the proposition. I go up to you.
Immediately my thought is the one, which one is it? And because I mean that could that could and then it leads on, well, if Edison's going to extend their hours, why don't we close the other two? But I mean, it could lead down to a dangerous discussion.
Well, there's an LTP discussion as well, regarding the provision of the same assets in separate communities, which would be a buck on a trend or a tradition that we have had. So,
and we do consent from the submission saying that, yes, we have to count, but we are one district. Should we not be consolidating some of the amenities plan?
And I think that is a very big discussion regarding a lot of consultation. Councillor Thurs.
I was going to suggest that we should continue it for another 12 months and that we do some advertising around that, because a number of people said that they weren't aware that the schools were open for extended periods. So if we agree that we do extend, we'll continue with those extended hours, can we look at whether the hours were utilised in the format they are, or whether we need to change those hours, because the stats will be there as to where the balls were, as one thought. And then if we go ahead with it, that we do a fair bit of advertising campaign around the fact that schools are open, so that we get a huge uptake in that utilisation of it.
Can I ask a question of Trina? I understand that $70,000 was spent on Edison Pool in the last financial year, or thereabouts. Are any of the pools at a ready stage where they could be covered in, or is that just a totally different project?
Look, I'm sorry, I couldn't comment on that.
Sorry? The whole project. Yeah, there's a whole project.
Yeah, sorry, that would have to go back to the communities to ask them.
Alex, I think, just with respect to Greytown, the most immediate work is on changing routes in the state.
That's in the budget already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, I completely support it, but I go down to Greytown Pool for scouts afterwards. At the closing time, there's always kids and there's always people there. It's really welcome. It's a small number, but it's a significant number of needs. It's kids who potentially are. I know most of the kids who use it. A lot of them have no other facilities to use. So at the end of the day, I think it's a good thing. I was really interested by one of our submitters who suggested that we actually get some businesses to sponsor some of our pools and advertising methods, so offsets and costs. I think it's great. Great idea.
What is the council's position on advertising at swimming pools, dog parks, and recreation grounds in general?
I don't know the policy off the top of my head.
For instance, within Featherston Stadium recreation area, there is currently advertising there.
Yeah,
so
but that's towards the lessee, which is the rugby club, etc.
Oh, not necessarily, the DHB also got advertising.
But the funds from the advertising go to club?
No, no.
Doesn't go to council.
There is no funding. It's
It's
probably
just been popped up.
yes. Well, they have, like DHB a couple of years ago put up their advertising and,
The reason I asked is there is demand. I mean, I've been helping an unemployed person get into a dog grooming business. She said, can I put signage up at the dog park? And I'm going, I have not yet.
Again, it's something we can come to, we'll put it on the list.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know, too, here we go for trade.
Okay. We're doing.
So, I think one observation is that when we first introduced reforms, which was what, 2 years ago?
I think.
No. Oh, 2 years ago, it's 3 years.
So there was a huge jump in numbers, and I didn't see the same increase in numbers when we extended the hours. I think I agree with Pam to do it for another year and then start looking at a real trend of increase in numbers. I don't know.
So are we all agreed that?
Just ask one question. What is the motivation? Is it
Increased patronage.
Yeah.
It's an increase in the number of people who are using swimming pools.
Making it more accessible and available.
but I mean the free?
Same thing. It's encouraging people to actually use
That's
it.
right. Councillor Gibson?
If you listen to what the police say,
Yep.
there's less petty crime. Where there's just
Yes, so on a social context, it's designed around keeping our young and people busy,
I also
entertained.
do remember something that the cost of collecting and banking the money was nearly as much as the export.
And just remember, this is not just about young people, older people who are like here, all that type of stuff. So this isn't just a young person.
I've got a roof in that area.
But you can't speak out. Actually, one thing you may not know about me, believe it or not, I actually used to be a nationally ranked swimmer. I was fourth fastest in New Zealand, and I was a swimming coach for about 5 years. You may not know.
But they took the dog paddle out of the Olympics.
Yeah.
And around the table, that we had a proposed resolution to support the extension of the extended hours for an additional 12 months for anyone who gets in theory, and then we will revisit this. Now I'm going to open a very big can of worms.
Let's go to the, should we do the start?
Oh, no, it's a dedicate bill, yeah. So we've asked what people thought about funding to invest in council staff processes and systems and reviewing council accommodation. So our decision here is to whether to agree to the funding and initiatives proposed. So the funding and initiatives proposed so the coming year's budget for staffing, accommodation, and etc. was 7.2 million, and this was set low because of the uncertainty at times of amalgamation. So last year they increased it by 400,000, so that would be $7.6 million. All this will improve. So now we are looking to add another $400,000 to that. So that would be an increase this year of 800, but our decision is the additional 400,000. And I think we've had many discussions on this at workshops, and certainly and through a number of committees as to delivering to the public what they require with regards to council tax. So I'm going to open this up for discussion. So if anyone wants to talk to this, we have discussed it. We're really in delivering of the annual plan for consultation. I don't know if there are any thoughts regarding this. If we look at the public consultation, which is resource management.
145 express 75%.
75% support, 29 people or 50% disagreed, and 21 were unsure. There were a lot of comments regarding investing in IT and looking, there were a lot of shared services, which is already taken up within our shared services policy. There was a bit of confusion for 20 people out of the 290 submissions as to what we meant. And I think actually that may be the wording, building capability, saying, are we changing our buildings as opposed to council capability? So I'll get you the virtual bill. So there was also a number of comments, if I remember correctly, may not be reflected here, regarding working from home options being included. If you remember those. So Councillor, start.
I'm a bit confused by this because there was only 290 submitters actually commented on this out of near 1,000. And I'm just wondering whether they think, oh, well, no, they need it. We won't even bother for, they got it wrong. And I thought we were talking about it. I don't know. I am confused.
I personally, looking at the comments, I think most of them got it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the comments did reflect on the ability of
the
council to do its job. So the next one was.
Yeah, in this one here, I'm largely relying upon officers' judgment and recommendations, because we've gone through a little bit of a change in culture, a change in direction, and I think our officers are producing a more customer-facing and responsive service. Harry has identified a number of areas where we could help our people do their jobs better and more quickly. And I've got to note, as a tribute, the way all officers functioned during the lockdown, almost seamlessly. But I can imagine anything we can do to enhance resilience in further situations like that, enhance our capability, knowledge, and skills, the better off we are. I'm in support of this without having to know the exact detail of what's going to be done or what's proposed. We mentioned IT systems and our website, our online functions, our ability to pay rates and fees online. We don't have any of that at the moment. There are large areas where we could do with some upskilling and further experience for our people. I'm all in support of all of that. And the ratepayer is better suited by such enhancements.
Yeah. And if I can also comment with reading how the councillors do, I work in that building all the time. And I'm seeing glimmers of how it really could be. We've seen incredible advances in communications. And I think this annual plan, despite some people being critical of it, the way the consultation has occurred has been at a superior level than previously. We're getting very good reports out of building control. Everything is looking a lot more polished. And I'd hate to interrupt this change by starting of the necessity. And we have asked Harry quite boldly, is this what you need for us to achieve improvements that we were all faced with during the elections? And he's come back and said yes. And I think Alison and I were pushed to say, are you sure this is So, I mean, Harry and the officers have come back to ask me for this. I'd like to review it and hope we will be seeing some gains, but there's still big areas of the council.
Just a comment on the some of the presenters in the last couple of days have talked about spatial plan. They didn't know what they were talking about today. They were talking about spatial plan, and certainly I'm reading McCullen's comment about Martinborough. I think it's interesting that people are now suddenly deciding, yes, we actually do want to get involved in this. We do want to know where the developers are going to go. It seems to be that this is an offer that we must keep pushing. These guys are now thinking about it seriously on their side. It's great.
I was surprised that at the level of
percentage at 75%. I thought this would be the most contentious part of the annual plan. The positive comments I made, it's really encouraging that people actually do understand.
A lot of the feedback that I've heard from people I've been speaking with is we do need to invest in our council in order to keep the good things going on, particularly in terms of IT and support for increased staff capability where that's required.
The question that I would ask is, because I know how much the system costs, how far would this go towards having an updated RLA system? Is it enough? Because in my eyes, 800,000 pages is not a lot of money to spend on the system.
It's 800,000 additional.
Additional.
So I think we've just got to.
It's 400,000 additional on top of that.
An extra 400.
That's $1.2 million.
Over to you.
No,
That's 800.
So there's 400 in the budget and we're doing an extra 400.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Okay, even so,
I know,
800,000
but
is not.
we've asked our CEO in the office a number of times and they feel this isn't enough. And also I think it's the speed of implementation as well. We're going to look at.
It's not just the speed of implementation. I know what it takes to put in systems.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you're actually right, I mean, but we're trying to be modest.
Yeah.
We're not trying to, so I'm trying to do the minimal, not a poor job, but just, I mean, I'm conscious that we're asking our ratepayers for money. And so, I don't want to be self-serving. Yes, IT, we spend swimming, but the opportunity and actually not doing it ourselves is to integrate with cash to a master in some of the systems. So, like you mentioned, the RMA and the Building Act. So we're trying to use a system of cash that is already used and deployed.
What is being used?
Yeah, so we're costing it at a marginal cost, not at a first build IT that I would sell and give us what you need.
Could I make sure that I'm reading this right, that you're saying that whole 800,000 is going to be spent on people, on ITs and systems. We are not using any of that money for buildings.
So we're maintaining our building. Yes, there's definitely funding in there for maintaining, doing what we need to do.
So when you say doing what we need to do, what are you talking about?
The fund we're on. Just tidying it up, doing, yeah.
Remodernising it inside.
Yeah.
So what allocation of that funding is for that?
So we've still got that 500K that was set aside last year or the year before.
That's right.
That is still sitting there as carried over CapEx because we haven't really started the renovations on the office building. So that's still being parked. But so in answer to your question, there's little bits in there for general maintenance, for making sure that things are fixed around the office, but that big chunk of CapEx money is separate.
Okay, so that big chunk of CapEx for building, is that going to come back to council before it's spent, or is that available?
So the funds were approved 2 years ago, and so it's sitting there as carried over CapEx. When Harry would have to comment on whether that would need to come back to council once they develop.
So remember, I discussed with you is whether we've got to sort out this accommodation contract, and that's a GP discussion. So we're not going to spend 500K improving this office, but we're going to be looking at a leadership location and that type of stuff. But we do need to have some flex, because even like now we're trying to get the building on the other side of the road as the temporary council chambers. We've had to spend some money, so we need some money to do that kind of stuff. But the 500K, I think you're going to be up for either a bulldoze and build or a new location, all that kind of stuff in the L2.
With the capability of being able to work from home and therefore to share spaces, is the building capability needed?
I think that we're going to see how this is going to react, I think, over the next year. I think the answer is for the annual plan, a minimal amount of that 800 will be spent on improving
the building.
Yeah, we're talking a few $1,000s.
Yeah.
Of that.
Of X
And the rest of
money.
that decision goes to the LTP. It really does. That's another big and potentially controversial decision, but one that we need to roll around the floor of it and see how it looks.
And but Cam's right, I mean, so we're looking at things like remote working. Remember in the shared service environment already, so we've got our radio people, we moved to Dalville Road, one quarter will be there, so they won't be in the office. If we progress with a shared building, you know, so we're going to be recently, but equally we need to host some of those. Currently, everything's heading over the hill towards Cardiff, so we're in my space. You know, so if we want to make sure that we've got some of the shared service area, it's actually.
We own that building, but it's a LTP issue. So for us, the answer is a minimum amount. Most of it being staff things and IT.
I would say like 99% of that 400k is staff salaries and IT, so it's business processes, like 99%. So the little bits that you were asking around the building is just simply just keeping painting, putting some pictures up.
Councillors.
Forgive me for asking this, but it's burning in my mind. Is any of this money going to be spent on the Waihanга Centre?
Well, this money, no, none of it. Yeah.
No, apart from paying for. Actually, no, because we excluded it, didn't we? Because that was different.
Oh, well, I mean, the only if you want to be really technical, the only thing would be because we're employing a library manager. Yes, there would be a tiny little bit now for that salary that is managing our libraries, which has to be located here. So remember, this is about the staff paying our future. It's not our MC's budgets.
So
there is a line here about council accommodation, and a couple of things that come to mind. One is, and you and I have already talked about this area, is whether Marlborough is the location where council should be. And I think it's false. It's not the right place for it. And two, in terms of building our own building, I think in this day and age, there are many other options apart from that. We don't need to own a building. You know, there's lots of other options, and there's lots of other.
Again, that's all LTVs. So yeah, exactly. Comment about us to make about the sort of things my place to actually about sort of beds. I mean, one of the things that really worries is bed efficiency, and we have to be flat. We're not in trouble. We'll have people remotely working, but they won't have that cost for it. So
it's truly an LTP issue. Time short. Tired. I don't know.
I just want to say a really positive thing about this, and if you look at what council or what government departments can do, they generate spending wherever they're allocated. And one of our towns needs that sort of investment. And if you're doing that, I would certainly factor in.
So what we're looking at is will be a proposed resolution to agree the funding and initiatives of an additional $400,000 between 20 years. That was the
So just a few more questions with regards to this whole process. Can we give a breakdown of proposals that we're putting in, of how much of a percentage rise that will add to that?
It's already in. This is already in there. It's already. This is not extra. Sorry. This is already in the 2.5% of all that type of stuff.
And I think there is a breakdown of what each.
I think we did one of those workshops.
Each unit distribute that.
Yeah. Sure.
But you could always go back and do it yourself with $40,000 divided by 140,000, which is one of the rate that.
So what we're saying is that 2.5% includes water supply resilience, land transport, and now the $2.7 million. That's separate. That's separate. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, but it's a separate point. If we do go with this proposal, add. So that is in the prospect.
It's very then not included in the budget
And the draft.
So can I just quickly take it with the impact on our operating budget is in the rates number?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you spend the 2.7, so on the CapEx side, then the amount of that is in that 2.
Are you talking the sports hub?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, they're not.
It's a separate item.
When this document you find in Stellar.
Yes.
So now let's just open up the lid gently of the radar sports.
So all we need, essentially what we need to, so what we discussed in more detail. So I'd like you to, if you can, look up to the kind of governance decisions you need to make. Because some of the decisions, if you make the decision to go ahead, like due diligence, all that kind of stuff, that would occur following the decision. And any decision you make would be subject to that due diligence being completely satisfied that was reasonable.
There's a lot of water to go under the bridge before we come to the conclusion that spending $2.7 million is an acceptable solution to the problem. And Harry or Karen, would you like to run through what those due diligence factors might be? All right, throw this on you.
No, that's okay. I mean, yes, we just where we went through the process, knowing that the time pressures and the opportunity that was presented to council, there was a limited amount of work that needed to be done, that absolutely needed to be done. So our online due diligence, which we have done, and we were wanting to get to a point where there was enough information to go out in consultation so that people had enough information to be able to give us their view. And then from that, we would then be able to go and carry out further due diligence, just as you ordinarily would when you go and buy a piece of property, you put in an offer, you have your negotiations, you put in your offer, and then you go away and you make sure that everything is fine. We've negotiated with everybody around the table in good faith. There has been a lot of concern around the trust and ability to actually be in a position to sell this, and we worked on the basis that they were able to. I think that's a reasonable assumption that we've made. But of course, we would need to carry out an awful lot more work, legal investigation, some more detail around planning proposals, and just the general work that you would ordinarily carry out. So it's certainly a decision to proceed would be always subject to university planning.
And what I'd like to say as well is and please don't correct me if I'm wrong, but the decision to proceed down the path does not mean we're going to spend $2.7 million. This means we are investigating all the options available to us as a council with regards to either resolving the situation or just getting to a point where we can decide whether it's just totally not going to work. And some of these might be building strength, asbestos, legality, legal action occurring within some of the clubs, and also some of the issues that were raised by some of the submitters. Because of the frustration of this, as they were submitting as part of the due diligence that we would undertake to find out whether this was going to work. When in good faith the price was negotiated, we were looking at a worst case scenario, so that if we ended up the price increasing over time, we did not have to go and reconsult. Because if the price increased, we would have to do another consultation process. So just to give you a bit of background on why that figure is in there. Kevin, sorry, Brenda, you had a question.
In all honesty, as councillor, mine is to make a decision on finance. But also, in the same respect, I also need to protect, and that's either protect the council or to protect our ratepayers. So those things will be at the top of my mind.
you've got to have an open mind.
Yeah.
And you've got to look at the submissions and weigh them. And so, yeah, definitely, Councillor Jackson.
My biggest concern is we've basically only got one option. I think that there's definitely other options out there, and I would like to see a lot more investigation.
I think we all agree that there's a huge amount of investigation to do. And this will then come through other committees to assess those options. So, like I said, a resolution to continue down this path does not exist.
I understand
that. It was worrying to hear a very staunch opinion from the trust with regards to a negotiating stance, but I think that was not necessarily the same. But I don't think that is the end result in that area. There's a lot of stuff that needs to go under the bridge.
I just wonder whether it should be part of a spatial plan too.
The problem we've got is time. Look, yes, definitely the provision of recreational land in all three towns is part of the spatial plan. Well, and the thing we've got here is time. And I know there've been comments about being held to ransom or the rush, but there is a certain level of time on this because of the start. It's not one of our making.
Concerned about the question that Sam put on us. I wonder whether a lot of commentary has been coming back to me about exploring other green space options, and I know it's been around that area. But just thinking about negotiating the trust lands, if that's where we land on, I wonder if any resolution should be a bit more fleshed out, not too much, but say that we are exploring other green space options as well as this area. Just think that strategically, I don't want people to think we've only got one option.
Yeah.
That there's no other things that we're exploring. I think that might give a greater level of comfort to people. Just think that we are looking at this plan. It's just to change the resolution. So I'm just concerned that a lot of people have said, oh, it's done here, and on the consultant. The 372 odd petitioners, its number seems to break up. So we can't ignore that. Just that's one thing.
There's actually three, and if you feel book, there are three items. One is currently gym, one is the bowls club, and one is the rugby club. And these we can discuss these separate, because it doesn't mean to say, I think the size of the land and the history of the rugby club does make it different to the bowls club, and also the level of development of the land as well. Let's pull away from that here and just have a very brief discussion about the current region. I think there's a few unknowns still there. I still think there's some issues regarding consultation with government about increasing their contribution to make it a full size. There's also the ability to publicly fund. I'm not sure. But we need to again walk down this path to say, no, we're not closing the door on it. Let's look at all the options. Because if we have a resolution to say, no, we are not walking down this path, then immediately the leader gets pulled and Mr. Fuller goes down the line of talking with industry education for a like-for-like option. So I don't want to close the door on that, but I think there's more than one way to skin that cat.
Bearing in mind that in the current circumstances that the amount of lotto funding is zero.
And Eastern Trust, Trust Council, and I also think we need to explore, as part of this, the fact that 40% of the students do come from Carsten, and this is a Carsten students alone.
Can I just answer that question?
Yes.
So remember the students for the school will enjoy the gym, the hours the school is open. And so it, to a certain extent, it doesn't matter where the children come from, the school activity. What we're talking about is the availability of that facility after hours and around those things. You just need to be careful. There's a difference between, I'm not sure if Simon covered it. There's a difference between the school will still operate a school. The difference is about the community participation. And that's like they're related but not the same thing. So if you're simply assuming that the same usage, because of 30% of the school roll is 30, that'll equate to 30% of community participation after hours. It's not the same. It's really the key.
That's a good point.
I'd like to see this put up in the gym in Olive dealt with these three very separate issues against during so I think the process can go down for each of us needs to be done.
I would make it, it makes a decision.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
I would also just add to that. I've had conversations with three people actually, two who have been responsible for procurement and the Ministry of Education in these facilities, and they have given some pretty strong indicators of the sorts of things that we should be looking at. And the other person that has come to me has been responsible for managing these sorts of facilities, and they have cautioned us, and if we go down this pathway, around what the management model looks like, because the management model could be such, on the face of it, looks like the community have access and can do certain things, that because it's a small site, like a cigarettes and a whole pile of other things, actually make it prohibitive for the community to engage on that facility to do what they need to do. So there's a number of things that have been come to me from pretty high level, and I do think that they are conversations that we should probably get in more detail with those people when we go, if the decision is made to go down a due diligence pathway.
Would you suggest that those conversations take place before we put forward a resolution or after?
I think that'd be helpful before, actually.
I'm just worried about time.
Yeah, I know. I could make some phone calls this evening and ask whether those people would be willing to speak more about that to us. And I think that it's really valuable to have those conversations. I mean, I'm only going to give it 30, I think it's
So me, myself, I've had a look at the examples of where the gym is communally available, and I've looked at situations where they've said that it's available to the community, but it hasn't worked. So in Wellington, I used to play a lot of volleyball, and it was there at Wellington College, and that was readily available, and we actually had great time playing volleyball. If we look to somewhere like, and I believe it's Whitehall, they asked for public funding, and they said it's going to be available for everyone. It's not. So there's kind of like cases for and against, and depending on how well it's managed. So I think we need to take that into consideration.
My concern around the Coronary gym is that they have known since they had the earthquake rating on that gym that they needed to do something with the gym. Will that time between then and now, they haven't got a plan for what they would like in the way of a gym. They haven't been out to the public to find out what their contribution, if any, would be. They haven't been out to the old school network. They haven't physically done anything that I can see in the community that raises the public's awareness that something needs to be done about that gym and asking for that support. All they've done is waited and then come to us. And that is...
There is some more information around it, so here.
Just to comment on one part of that, how the gym would be developed is a bit of a chicken and egg thing until the funding can be confirmed. We can't put together the plans. The plans are needed to go to get some lottery funding. So it's all kind of wrapped up together until we know what we want, but we can't say what we want until we know the So just that part of it.
Sorry, I did know that it had those, but what I'm trying to say is that nowhere have they tried to raise the money apart from the money that we gave them to do a feasibility study. Have they gone out to the public and say, we need to do this, we need to do the design on the gym to be able to raise the money? We haven't actually gone out to anybody.
The impression I've got from Simon Fuller is that they're getting frustrated with council because we don't make a decision. And that allows them to then move forward to that stage as to the scale of it. So I don't necessarily agree with that, but that his level of frustration.
If you were going to look at a building like that, wouldn't you explore more than one option on the basis that you want to move forward on this? The students need this full-size gym. You explore more than one option at a time to raise the money.
Look, so that if I can just, I've had lots of chats with Simon on this. So that remember that the basic apportionment is MOE will put a 1.1, and that's about you would take the growth funding and that kind of stuff and have it. But the simple thing is that MOE will only replace life. That's it. You know, so and
unless there's a significant problem.
Yeah. So essentially, where it started was they came to us for all of them, the MOE contribution. So we're taking a long time to get them to land. They need to raise with it. So MOE put 1.5, because the total was council put 1 million, and they have to produce a million.
I think it was $1 million from Lotto.
No. So I can't recall the exact detail. So they're into the million, they actually do have a plan about where they're making. And part, they've got property they can dispose of that they can use to provide, I think, about a third of that million. There was about a third going to come from a lot of application. And that's one of the reasons the staging guidelines was to do lots of application they needed to design all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So they have been doing a lot of thought how they would fund that. So it's not just a matter of if we make the system $1 million, they can go out and just ask everyone to contribute $1 million. And if they deliver the fundraise, they've actually got to pay. Whether we agree with that or not, I'm just saying that in terms of they have been getting very little thought about how they would raise that $1 million to contribute.
Why wouldn't you express that in what you're presenting to council?
Not surprised you didn't.
As well. We can only go as best as that. I'm going to quickly run around, then we'll move on to the next one because we're just skipping over the topic. Yes. So
for me, the gym is an intergenerational gym. So, but in saying that, I wish Simon had a sense that he had socialised his ideas, because that may have been worth considering when we're sitting here at the table.
Just a couple of points. Well, interesting, Liz Mellish made the point, a world-class facility. They probably thought they had a world-class facility in 1997. I saw it started to leak, and I thought somebody might have put their hand up before now. They had a leaky building on their hand. We haven't heard about that until now. It's taken years to come through. Nobody has the magic number of how many students we need. That's the point. 1.5 million student numbers there now. We asked them twice, how many students do you need to get the magic number? They actually don't know the answer for that. And going back to the original thing, I'm really concerned about setting a precedent. Because with the Greytown land, we're talking two more properties coming down the track. I'm not just talking about the Rugby Academy and the Thurs track. There's more coming, so therefore if we start moving on that.
But this allows, I think, it allows us to be slightly to LTP the approach to this. We just it is a knee-jerk reaction, but it's a running to make a decision on. So let's park that right now, and let's because.
Sorry, can I just we could take some time to ask Simon for the
Yeah.
for the next meeting.
I think it's
Would that be
important to
helpful
have
for
that
us?
information. It would be the bonds. So the proposal here is a worst case scenario, purchase price is 700 and, is it right here? What's the number there? 760. Bowls Club has a number of agreements that have been developed at the time.
That someone's.
That is it.
What was, there's nothing back in the years of we, I'm going to use the grant to say that it was a grant, but which ones are solely obligated to the maintenance.
Okay. There's, I don't know if that's been fleshed out.
We would be obligated for a portion of it. Bear in mind, the portion, so that, so basically, we need to get 3/4 of it done way in fact.
So MOE said that the maintenance would be done by MOE. Look, he did
say that, maybe, I mean, okay, so that's the same question. Yeah, either way, the worst case scenario is you have 1.5% of the maintenance. You may get the whole maintenance.
With regards to the Bowls Club incentives for the rugby land, if they were to be purchased, there's then the question of how do we improve maintenance. Given the fact that the reputation for maintaining buildings so far by the council has been insufficient. So we're taking on more assets and then we're expected within our budget of maintenance to.
Well, you're right with as well, but I would, one character novel, that any lease back to the clubs would put the maintenance back onto the vessel. I did not expect to, apart from any initial bring it up to standard expenditure which may have been proposed, not expect any money on it.
And my concern with regards to that
So
is that we'll see a precedent.
Brenda, can I just expand on a little bit? It's not quite that simple. The proposal at the moment is to buy the ground, the land. The buildings are not part of that proposal.
It doesn't matter.
It's just a question. Both clubs have offered to donate those facilities to the council if the council wants to take them on. If we were to take them on, then we would have a liability. But right now, there is no requirement for us, should we buy the land, to take those buildings on. In terms of the maintenance currently that goes on in those grounds, the clubs that lease those grounds maintain and mow and look after those grounds themselves out of the profit they make through their bars and their clubs. So if we were to own them, it'd be the landowner. There is no requirement to buy buildings unless we chose to.
Yeah. But also we're drilling down to the operation.
Exactly.
The proposal that might come to us. So I'd like, let's stick to the broad concept
The
of.
proposal at the moment is to buy the land.
I want to just brief over both. I know you. And look, give us another 10 minutes here, just to give the officers the direction of where we're heading.
So I've been listening to everything that's been said, and look, everybody knows that I think the trust has lost their mind with this, and I've said it around this table many times. But what the thing that right now, we don't know what the end result, we don't know what the answer to this is. We don't know what is possible, and unless we say to our officers, go and do your due diligence, go and examine what's possible, we don't know what we've got to vote on. So we would be voting blind.
What we have to vote on is the situation that has been foisted on us by the actions of the Trust Lands Group. If we are to do anything other than reject it outright, we are buying ourselves the biggest fight we've ever had. We are then committing ourselves to potential legal action. We are also signalling to other groups affected by the trust land policy that we'll buy them out as well. There's 2 others on the train. And also we're signalling to the clubs that you don't have to do anything about fundraising. I'm just going to look after them. I am not sure that proposing a due diligence is going to do anything other than reinforce an obdurate stance by the trust lands trustees and send all the wrong signals through the community.
I think, Harry, you might want to be able to comment on this with regards to having open mind with others.
I've had an open mind up till now, Your Worship.
Yep.
I've weighed all the evidence, I've looked into the legalities. I am far from happy with this, and I am forming a conclusion based on what I've heard, read, and understood.
So if we start from the top, I think Rebecca's suggestion is a very sensible one. We look at the 3 parts and look at several, and have a look at, Ross, I was saying you look at the 3 parts, but the highest level on the part around both the bowling club and the rugby club, the first decision you actually have to make is whether you believe you need to invest in green space. Okay? This is a solution, possibly, to that. So your first governance decision is, do you want to see more for the land, not the clubs, that's an indoor club. Do you want to invest in green space in Greytown? So that's the first governance decision you have to make. The second then is, do you look at these opportunities now in this year's plan, or do you put it aside, knowing that then that green space will be lost, and then you, as Jeff said, you go through a proper process to actually identify alternative green space somewhere in the wider area. But it falls from your first decision, which is, do you want to invest in more green space in Greytown? That's your core decision. If you do, then you've got a choice of, do you take the opportunity now to use the green space, and you get the trust and all that kind of stuff. The fact is, there's green space in Greytown, in the town. Anywhere else you're going to buy green space is going to be outside of the town. And so your question is actually from the submissions. If I'm just not parking all the rugby club and all that kind of stuff out to the side, is if you believe it's important to have green space in the location where there is green space proximate to schools, all the kind of things you heard with training, its utilisation, that kind of stuff. Start there. Then you move to the next place about all the background to the club and that kind of stuff. So there's a bit of a sequence, but I think you need to break it into 3 bits. The indoor facility starts from the same place. Do you think there is a need for an more indoor space and indoor recreation in Greytown? If you don't think there is, then the answer is very simple. If you think there is, then you follow a logic. And so you just need to cascade from that end down. Don't go to the Greytown Trust has got to have a ransom argument. Start with the proper cascade of information. The one thing you always know, there's never a right time to spend a lot of money on that. But without paraphrasing the submitter, in 10 years' time or 20 years' time, people will view that decision not on how much money people spend, how whether they utilise the asset or not. And you've got to be, that's the intergenerational nature of decision making today. You're making a decision for today's generations and tomorrow. Quite frankly, the land value of Greytown at this day, you know about land value of Greytown. If you defer that decision for 5 years, it's gone. It's the same reason we can't use our reserves, because every time, by the time we've accumulated enough land value in our reserves to purchase the amount of land we would need for green space, there will be no green space. Exactly. So in terms of the decision makers, keep there first and then cascade. Break it down to 3 bits and take it from there, and we'll come back with that.
We might have sort of round the table, I think we're going to close for the day, I think.
So with regards to green space, I cast my mind to places like things like Carterton and Lower Hutt. Lower Hutt have Fraser Park, where it's multi-complex use. Carterton have Clearville, which is the hockey stadium that's used for the whole of the Wairarapa. Yeah. But I mean, with regards to, do we want to release the green space? We're not necessarily saying that it's that green space, but there could be that opportunity.
That's a fundamental question. Does cover greater need for green space? Does it need, I mean, it's just a very good point. Let's just quickly round the table. Ross, I think.
Well, I think every town needs green space. And the more green space every town has, the better.
I agree with the green space concept, and Harry put it into words where I couldn't. I think that's the track we need to go. We need to do green space.
Yes, I agree with the green space, and thanks to Harry for doing the cascade. Probably the only one I have a bit of an issue with the golden cup. Just need to but I think that's probably why I went to it. And I value the opportunity to speak to because we indeed we did it as a
To help us with the shared space.
Hold my breath here.
Not talking about retention of green space, this is actually just so it is actually doable to my area. So I can see from hearing from our community that there is a need or an identified need for green space, and I do think that in some respects we do need to think carefully about how it's being put to us right now, because there are complications. And I don't, at the moment, I can't fully unpack some of those complications. But I do hear from the community that if those spaces were to go, it would have an impact on the community right now in ways that we may not be able to move people around to use things. Acknowledge the need, how it's come to us. So we just need to be careful about our actions.
Yeah.
Every town needs a green space, but I'm not necessarily in favour of purchasing something that is already a sports ground. I would be in favour of looking at the wider area of Greytown for a facility.
I agree with the green space a lot, but it's about the hub concept. Hockey, cricket being a different place. That's why I've got the social arena and social area, best place. All of those things.
And my opinion, to wrap it up, would be that I feel that there is a lack of sporting grounds in Greytown. I am yet convinced, if I take into account the public submissions, it appears to be a good decision. However, I am still funding of $20,000 for Greytown Trustees Trust to represent the claim and the level to which it has changed the reliability of the public submissions in the area. And and I think in investigation, we just need to weigh that. It makes the decision process clear. So I'm yet to be convinced that it's correct way forward, but certainly on the first question, I feel that Greytown does need to retain or increase its green space.
So those are points. We've done around the table. I think Pam made a comment about the petition. I just want to say something.
No, I didn't make it probably.
No. So with that, guys, we're going to close the
there are other options here. So one of the things if you did want to and you decide you don't want to sell this one, you're able to make a decision to allocate capital to certain amounts. The council will purchase alternative green space once options have been in other words, you're able to make that decision because you have gone out and asked questions around green space. So to go to some of the points about the going ahead, if you say, well, actually, the council's allocated money, you have choices about where you. That means that you're not going to have to wait an LNLTP to go through all those types of plans. You can simply say, well, allocate some of money, staff go forth and try and find land within this bucket and see what you can find. But you've actually allocated some capital to actually be able to do. I'm putting it simplistic, I'm just saying there's not just the option of capital to buy this. You've also got the option of capital to meet what we are asking for to reduce support grants.
Harry, you're wrong, I'm sorry, because the document specifically says 1.9 million to buy the rugby.
Okay.
Sorry.
Karen.
The only question is approval nature.
Yeah. I can't stress that enough, guys, that over the next day or two, you think I really need that information, quickly get it to council, get it last. Okay?
Just a quick question, Karen, have we provided enough information for the council about its content, or has it been adjusted?
Yeah, look, I think at the moment, from my point of view, from a finance point of view, the feeling that I get is we're pretty much sitting with the draft plan, the post Coronary College and the sports team side. The feeling that I got was that everyone was reasonably comfortable at this stage with the financials, apart from going to assets and services and looking at the water projects and costs around that.
Which is actually the bulk of what you are.
Yeah.
Well, it is the bulk of it.
Guys.
Sorry, I just want to pick up on you. I guess I might be with you, but I'm not comfortable with some of the numbers.
Okay.
So I don't have a set of numbers. The only thing that I can take from today is that we've had a conversation and we've agreed to go away and look at the numbers every proposal as it is right now, and compare those numbers in more detail. Make decisions about trimming those. So any additional information that you can put in here would be good. Okay. And the other thing is I also think we need some more information in here around, say, if we break those three proposals for the sports recreation into three proposals and costings, what that's going to add to the rates if we're looking to purchase that as well. We need to see that, because that is the stuff that can come back to us and say, you made a decision about increasing the rates because you spend in these areas, and we need to be careful about how we arrived at that decision. So you just as much additional information you can put in would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. It's been a while.
Thank you.